tutorials and got a live stream going on. So.
visit breaks because we have a hard stop at 2 p.m. We're going to keep this program moving along, and we shall follow up. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank the team members who made today's event possible, including from Purdue, the Kroc Institute of Tech Diplomacy, SIA, and SEMI. Folks, I have no doubt the university that equipped the first and last man to walk on the moon today will rise to help meet the national challenge before us. Aided by the 285 registrants from over 175 entities from 23 states participating in today's program. This grand public-private partnership we all call CHIPS will, among other things, enable the leading minds, universities, and companies gathered here to research, design, fabricate, and package, yes, and package, the semiconductors that will carry our next generation of celestial explorers to the moon and beyond. The exciting possibilities of chip technology are indeed limitless as it enables economic growth, societal welfare, and national security, all foundational elements of an industry defined and forecasted by Gordon Moore, a true American semiconductor pioneer. While I did not attend Purdue, I had the good sense to marry a Boilermaker, one of my more lasting achievements, according to my mentor and first CEO, George Scalise, an honorary Purdue grad and legend in this industry. Over the years, I've come to know another distinguished leader who has and will continue to leave his mark on the future of this industry. Dr. Mung Chiang is the 13th president of Purdue University and the Roscoe H. George Distinguished Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering. During his time as the university's executive vice president for strategic initiatives and dean of engineering, he led Purdue Engineering to its first back-to-back top 4 graduate rankings in the U.S., while growing it to be the largest top 10 undergraduate engineering college in the country. For his research in wireless networking, Dr. Chiang received the National Science Foundation's Alan T. Waterman Award in 2013, the highest honor presented to an American researcher under the age of 40, and he was elected to the National Academy of Inventors and the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. He received the Distinguished Teaching Award in Engineering at Princeton for developing one of the university's first massive open online courses, which has been taught to over 400,000 people. Most of Dr. Chiang's 25 U.S. patents have been licensed and deployed by the communications and networking industry. He co-founded 3 startup companies in mobile networks, AI, and IoT. During my government service as Assistant Secretary of Commerce, I had the distinct pleasure and honor to work alongside Dr. Chiang as he served as the Science and Technology Advisor to then the U.S. Secretary of State, and initiated a wide array of tech diplomacy programs, including in the semiconductor industry. Please give a warm welcome to my friend and president of Purdue University, Dr. Mung Chiang.
Well, next slide, please. That's a better slide. Another bipartisan picture, but thank you so much, Neil, for the kind, warm introduction. I used to be an engineer, a wireless engineer, who couldn't fix wireless networks at my home. And now I just go to watch basketball games and go to budget meetings. But looking at this fall, with this bipartisan, nonpartisan effort in the Senate building today, I have a dream that perhaps one day Purdue's basketball team will aspire to the same pinnacle excellence as our Senate. And I know that here is this coming season. This is about our collective moment, our 3,000 or more engineers we need in your industry this decade in this country. And yes, this is also our moment to seize upon for innovation, because we believe that the only way to long-term sustain is to innovate, so that the engineers, the nerds, can rewrite the economic equations, so that we can perhaps not only produce the talented workforce, but to reduce our dependence on labor and increase our dependence on innovation. And that's not just in the material, in the tools, in the design, in the manufacturing, but also in advanced packaging, where Purdue in particular is very strong in our research effort to innovate heterogeneous integration and 3D packaging, the entire supply chain. And yes, this is our moment to seize upon the ability to co-locate the trio of partners, universities, companies, and government entities. And that is why last summer we were excited to welcome companies such as Skywater Technologies and MediaTek and many others to open their sites right on Purdue's campus, so that if you are a student, you can wake up in the morning and turn right to the Burt Nanotechnology Center and the Cypress Clean Room to take that SVP course. Or you could turn left and go work as an intern at, say, Skywater Technologies' upcoming $2 billion plus semiconductor fab. To our students, we want her to be able to walk between fabs and labs, just like Senator Raimondo back on Purdue campus last year, that lab to fab entire ecosystem physically co-located right on a university campus. Speaking of which, I'm excited to report to all of you the announcement of a $100 million commitment by Purdue University, approved by the Board of Trustees last Friday. This $100 million cash from our own budget will be able to upgrade and expand the Burt Nanotechnology facilities. Well, those budget meetings and those basketball games, sometimes they do come to some very productive, fruitful outcome. But it takes more than one university, much more than one. It takes more than one company. And later, throughout the next 4 hours, we will have the chance, through august panels and a post-lunch keynote, to talk about how we together can work to seize our Silicon movement. Yes, in the Silicon heartland, but yes, throughout our country. And thank you so much for joining us. It takes a village. It takes this chip village. Thank you so much.
We can invite our next panel to the stage. Please start coming to the stage. Folks are taking their seats. This panel is our government session, moderated by John Newford, President and CEO of the Semiconductor Industry Association. John has served at the nexus of technology, public policy, and trade for most of his career, joining the SI back in 2015. Prior to that, John was at ITI and also had a distinguished career in the office of the U.S. Trade Representative. Welcome, John, and thanks for moderating today's panel. Next, we have the Honorable Raimondo. Ramin is the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Economic and Business Affairs at the U.S. Department of State. Assistant Secretary Toulouet leads the department's efforts focused on expanding opportunity for American workers and businesses, deepening cooperation Defense for Research and Engineering. In this role, Dr. Shinoy is responsible for leading DoD's research and engineering efforts in microelectronics. Thank you, Dr. Shinoy, for joining. And lastly, we have Dr. Erwin Gianchandani. Dr. Gianchandani is Assistant Director of the Directorate for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships at the National Science Foundation. He has worked at NSF since 2012. Prior to becoming the Assistant Director for TIP, he served as the Senior Advisor for Translation, Innovation, and Partnerships for over a year and helped develop plans for the new TIP Directorate for Collaboration and Powers at NSF. Thank you for all of our panelists. Now I'll turn it over to you.
Ian, thanks so much for doing that. Wow, what an amazing time for our industry, for our country. I think we heard this is kind of a special moment for us. I'd like to say that it's actually an opportunity we really can't drop. The stakes couldn't be higher for our country, and this is kind of our time to get it right. We're about to witness some amazing investments in U.S. manufacturing and R&D. More than that, we're about to see some amazing investments in the future of U.S. innovation itself. All of the critical emerging technologies depend on innovation in the chip sector, but these investments will determine not only where most of the innovative chips are manufactured, but also who will be the leader in these emerging technologies for decades to come. So, our panelists represent all the primary federal agencies charged with addressing these challenges and putting shape to the programs authorized by the CHIPS and Science Act. So we have a great opportunity to hear from government speakers themselves what they think that shape is going to look like. We'll start with each panelist presenting 3 or 4 minutes of introductory comments, and we'll turn to some discussion among ourselves. Maybe we should just start with Dr. Lynn, if that works for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is this working? Okay, good. Thank you so much for having us here. I'm representing a large group of dedicated people and team members, some of who are in the room today. So if you have more questions about our programs, then they're available here to answer questions, and certainly looking forward to your feedback and input. For the Department of Commerce, for the CHIPS Act, our mission space and our focus is on the industry sector. As you would imagine within the Department of Commerce, the NIST mission, as an example, is to promote U.S. innovation and industrial competitiveness. And so the CHIPS for America Act is highly aligned with the mission of NIST and Commerce. What's been really exciting about the CHIPS for America Act, Commerce, is definitely the size and scale of the ambition of the entire program. It is really historically unprecedented type of activity and charge for all the issues that we've already heard from today from President Chang and from Mr. Wu. What I think is really especially exciting about the CHIPS for America Act is the coupling between the incentive program and the R&D program. It's an indicator of trying to both answer the question of what can we do now and to give us a kickstart into onshoring and building here in the United States. And the R&D program to look at the long term, to make sure that innovation is sustained, U.S. leadership in innovation continues, and that together it's answering the question of what can we do now and what can we do in the future. What's really also been amazing at gatherings like today at the Commerce Department, we've talked with many of you all across the stakeholder community and the industry itself, and just the energy and conversation from events like today and that we'll hear from today has really crystallized a lot of amazing creativity and thinking about the type of impact that we can all have together. Now, specifically on the CHIPS R&D program, our vision is focused on 3 large objectives and areas. The first one is to maintain sustained U.S. technology leadership and innovation for semiconductor technology into the future. And so what that means is that our metric for success is whether or not the foundational technologies, whatever the semiconductor industry looks like in the next 5 to 10, 15, 20 years, is created, developed, and deployed here in the United States. That means that our metric for success success, although we're going to be supporting a lot of exciting research and new research all across the board, the volume of research is not the metric of success. The metric of success is the outcome of the foundational technologies of the future. Our second goal in the R&D program is to work with our other agency partners and all of you in the community to significantly reduce the time and cost to get a new idea into commercial scale. All of you are very well familiar with all the different types of barriers and inefficiencies in how technology and semiconductors and the complex processes that are used today. And so we're focused very tightly on reducing those barriers, and so all the ideas that are valuable can have the best shot for success. Now, although we have these industry and technical outcomes, these outcomes do not happen without talent and people and creativity. And so we are definitely need to invest in the workforce, as I'm sure we'll be talking about a lot more today. And I'll just say that our workforce programs in the Commerce Department will be focused on the industry outcomes, but also more so from the perspective of the people in the industry, so that we're looking at career pathways and not just the initial job or counting the number of jobs. We'd like to build an ecosystem environment where there's excitement and sustainment for participating and staying within the industry and bringing these ideas to fruition. So the way we need to do it with the CHIPS R&D program is that we really need to build an integrated ecosystem, which all of you have shared and provided input into. We need to work with industry, academia, with our other agency partners. It's a whole government effort to make sure all the pieces are highly aligned and integrated so that the benefits of one program can be input into another, all with a large idea set by the act of making sure the U.S. is leading in U.S. technology, semiconductor technology into the future. Now, it's a very ambitious program. There's a lot of pieces to it, a lot of things to put together. And so the approach we're going to be taking is one of amplifying and connecting all the existing work with incredible resources that are out there already and already moving today. So we have a couple of steps that we need to do. We need to align the community. Events like this are certainly doing that, coming to a consensus on the most important challenges, not on how we can solve them, but the challenges we can attack. And of course, we need to build capacity, capabilities, and gaps and barriers that are facing this industry, especially on the R&D side. And then we need to be sure to connect all the existing activities so we can amplify those efforts and share best practices, not just across the United States, across all the different parts of the industry, but also with our international partners and allies. If we're successful in doing that, we'll be able to scale ideas at the scale of complexity that integrated circuits and chip manufacturing is today, and we'll be able to amplify the impact that we have. For our next steps next week, there'll be a vision strategy paper for the NSTC. There'll be some follow-up steps for those components. We're really excited to share this with the community and to get your input and feedback on that. So I'll stop there and pass on to my colleagues.
We are looking forward to that vision. Thank you very much. Dr. Shinoy, so we turn to you. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to be here at the Execute for Success Summit, in which we pivot the discussion from establishing a vision to executing that vision. I will focus today's discussion on the microelectronics commons. However, we are currently in source selection, which means there are restrictions regarding what I can discuss, such as specific efforts that are being proposed. We are leveraging an OTA vehicle for the commons with NSTXR, serving as the consortium manager, and that OTA is managed by NSWC Crane, who serves as the contracting lead for the commons. As most of you are aware, microelectronics commons aims to enable lab-to-fab prototyping, that is, evolve microelectronics laboratory prototyping to fabrication prototyping in domestic facilities and to develop a pipeline of talent to bolster local semiconductor economies and contribute more broadly to the growth of a domestic semiconductor workforce. Commons will address the need for processes, materials, devices, architectures to be developed and quickly boarded and re-characterized as they transition from research labs to small volume prototyping in a fab or foundry. And Commons will support the lab to fab transition for microelectronics across 6 key technical areas: quantum technology, 5G, 6G technologies, AI hardware, secure edge computing, electromagnetic warfare, and commercial lead-ahead technologies. Among some of the major roadblocks to domestic production, one is demonstrating the viability and the marketability of those microelectronics technologies, both of which require incentives from U.S. industry to invest in these technologies. The second is access to facilities for innovators. And in these, whether it's prototyping or getting access to foundries and so on, those are critical for the success of the innovation of the U.S. microelectronics ecosystem. These roadblocks, as you know, represent the loss of key intellectual property, loss of market influence, as well as a dependency on foreign economies. The Commons aims to address these roadblocks. Commons is a CHIPS Act-funded national network that will create direct pathways to commercialization for microelectronics researchers and designers from lab to fab. Commons is designed to enable sustaining partnerships between emerging technology sources, manufacturing facilities, and interagency partners. It also helps bridge the gap between some of the research ideas and realization of those ideas. That is, Commons is designed to enable early-stage microelectronics research to be proven in domestic foundry or fabrication facilities. It will also expand the domestic fabrication capability, enhance microelectronics education to bolster the microelectronics engineering workforce. It obviously is also going to help develop a pipeline of talent to bolster the local economies and to contribute more broadly to the growth of the domestic semiconductor workforce. Now, on sustainability, engagement and input from defense programs in the commercial market will be incorporated through strong service partnerships and an advisory board that will provide recommendations from a broad range of stakeholders. Also, while the Commons will provide the patient capital needed for hubs to bridge the barrier of debt as they evolve the lab prototypes to fab prototypes, it also provides the patient capital for hubs to execute the hub model, which will include growing their user base and moving toward a financially sustainable model. As I mentioned, we are in source selection. We are looking forward to announcing regional hubs awardees and their innovation hub models in August of this year. Each will serve, among other things, as a center of expertise in at least one of those 6 key technical areas. The hubs are required to develop a management and governance structure that ensures equitable partnering arrangements, including the National Commons Board representation, where hubs will provide technical priority recommendations. They'll present a flexible membership such that the hubs may scale and identify and develop the lab-to-fab infrastructure needed across the hub. We'll also include resource sharing as part of the model, provide a plan for financial sustainability beyond direct support from the DoD, that is, access models and plans to expand uses as well as leveraging other resources. Finally, they will have to develop a workforce development plan as part of the model that is tailored to the needs of their hubs. These workforce needs should be above and beyond specialized staff supported through the Commons, as well as beyond the graduate students that will be supported through the specific prototyping projects. Thank you.
So let's turn next to Assistant Secretary Raimondo. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. Thank you also to Purdue and President Chiang, who we first spoke when I was working on the transition team for the State Department and were outgoing as Science and Technology Advisor. And also thank you to Senator Young and to Congress, because of their bold action last year. We have an overflow room to talk about today, which is this historic legislation funded at $500 million, which is dedicated to deepening international partnerships that are necessary for realizing the CHIPS Act. And I say foresighted because it recognizes just how connected and global these global semiconductor supply chains are. So what I'd like to do is talk about 4 different lines of effort in the context of securing global semiconductor supply chains that we're undertaking in the context of this new fund. There's also another element of the fund connected to securing IT and communication systems, but I'll focus on the secure semiconductor supply chains. So there are 4 elements to our work in this area. The first element is the upstream element. So in order to have robust and reliable fabrication in the United States, we need to have resilient, reliable, secure access to the critical materials that are the inputs to semiconductor fabrication. And so our goal is to cultivate additional sources of those materials, processing capacity, so that U.S. industry has secure access and U.S. fabs have secure access to those. As you might imagine, that involves not only close engagement with the private sector, but also close engagement with other governments, because the concentration and location of these materials globally requires that diplomatic effort. We already have an effort underway at the State Department called the Mineral Security Partnership, which is focused on the critical minerals related to EV batteries, and this is going to be a complementary effort to that line of effort. The second area, I've spoken about upstream, you might suspect that the next area I'll talk about is downstream. The CHIPS Act does envisage that we want to develop our advanced packaging here in the United States, but there are going to be some elements of the assembly, testing, and packaging that we expect will continue to take place in other countries, as it does now. And we want to ensure that there is sufficiently diversified and resilient capacity for downstream processing. We learned during the COVID pandemic that there are actually some bottlenecks here. The Delta wave in 2001 threatened to disrupt some of the downstream processing of semiconductors in Southeast Asia in a way that would have affected the U.S. manufacturing sector. So on the fly, the State Department played a role in trying to assist the Malaysian government with health mitigation to keep those facilities open. That was, as with many things during the pandemic, a warning shot about how vulnerable our supply chains can be. And so one of the lines of effort in the ITSE fund would be to try to create more robust and diversified downstream capacity. The third area is policy coordination. The United States is not the only country supporting its semiconductor industries. We just had last week, the EU announced the parameters of its EU CHIPS Act. Korea, Japan, other countries are embracing similar incentives. And we have the objective with our allies
about that fund at NSF, we are really committed to thinking about education workforce development holistically across the enterprise. That is to say, we want to, as my director likes to say sometimes, meet people where they are. There's talent at secondary schools, there's talent at community colleges, there's talent at four-year universities, there's talent in graduate schools, there's talent in the workforce today that may or may not be on a semiconductor manufacturing floor, but that may be interested in potentially pivoting into a high-tech space like semiconductors and microelectronics and everything that they enable as well. And so when we think about our investments, it's about trying to be able to leverage the dollars that Congress has appropriated as part of the CHIPS Act legislation to NSF, but to leverage those dollars together with private industry and other sectors as well to be able to stretch them further. And so, for example, over the course of just the last year, NSF, even in the run-up to the establishment of the CHIPS and Science Act legislation, partnered with Intel, and then more recently partnered with Micron as well, as two examples in the semiconductor space of how we are trying to be able to bring together industry expertise with the academic community, the higher education community, to be able to design rigorous and engaging curriculum and instruction material at all levels that is industry aware and industry reliant as well, to be able to ensure that the trainings that we're providing our talent are well positioned for enabling that talent to be in prime position for the jobs of the future on day one. So NSF's portfolio on the workforce side spans instruction material development, curriculum development, also thinking about ways in which we can consider teacher and faculty professional development to be able to prepare the teachers and the educators of the future with some of the latest, greatest technologies and capabilities emerging from our semiconductor R&D efforts. And then finally, also being able to enable experiential opportunities for students to complement what they might be learning in a classroom setting with practical day-to-day experiences in the workplace, whether it be internships or apprenticeships or other forms of experiential exposure to our students. We see that this nexus of curriculum development, teacher and faculty professional development, and experiential exposure at all levels, again, meeting people where they are, from K to gray, if you will, is critical for us to be able to nurture the next generation of talent that will find its way into the fabs and other capabilities that we're looking to stand up. That's the workforce piece of the CHIPS Act legislation. Beyond that, NSF, of course, has a long and historic mission supporting the foundations of research in a number of technology areas, including semiconductors and microelectronics. And in that space, we just recently launched a flagship effort, also in partnership with industry. There's a common theme here of trying to be able to leverage resources and expertise and access to data and toolkits and so forth. In this case, we call it the Future of Semiconductors, or FUSE. Initiative there is really about trying to be able to stitch together co-design and co-creation of the next generation of semiconductors and microelectronics. It's not strictly device engineering. It's about trying to bring together material scientists, bringing together device engineers, bringing together computer scientists and architects and systems engineers to be able to take a holistic entirety of the computing stack, redesign and rethink as we look to the future with regard to the next generation of semiconductor chips and microelectronics, so that we can ensure that we are not only on the cutting edge or reshoring the cutting edge today, but we are well positioned to be on the cutting edge well into the future as well. And we're excited about the FUSE program in the sense of this co-design, co-creation investment, but also trying to be able to stitch together both academia and industry working collaboratively to drive our frontiers. And then finally, I do want to take just one moment to emphasize the and science part of the legislation. President Chang, in his opening remarks, commented about the innovation ecosystems that we're trying to establish all across the country. And when you think about the and science part, it authorizes, this is quite fun, it authorizes the establishment of a new director at NSF, authorizes investments across NSF and across a number of science funding agencies throughout the federal government. And that part of the legislation in the context of NSF and TIP. A couple of things that we're especially focused on: the Regional Innovation Engines program, which directly tie with the Department of Commerce's Economic Administration Regional research to economic development and job creation, particularly in regions of the country that have not benefited from the technology booms in the last several decades. And in parallel to that, also thinking about workforce development. So yes, how do we accelerate technology development? How do we accelerate technology translation to impact? But at the same time, how do we accelerate workforce development there through experiential opportunities? And there's a program in that space called experiential learning for emerging and novel technologies that we have recently rolled out. So I hope that this gives you a flavor of the full spectrum of efforts across NSF. Again, many of these in tandem with our colleagues across the interagency communities.
Thank you, Dr. This is quite a big experiment. It's about to embark on here. We haven't undertaken, some call it industrial policy, some call it industrial strategy, for such a long time. There's a lot of taxpayer money involved here. And let me just throw out, I guess this will be the last question, but let me start with this one. What are you optimistic about as we embark on this adventure? And what are concerns that come to your mind? Who'd like to jump in first with that question? Eric.
Thanks very much. Yeah, this is a pretty ambitious experiment for sure, but I think we have a lot of lessons to draw upon. We've tried so many things with great success. Erwin just described a number of exciting programs at NSF and at DMD. These comments, there's just so many ideas out there. So I'm very excited about the opportunity space that we have with resources to begin to amplify the impact of all these things that we learn, the energy that's in the community, the alignment across the board, and a shared goal are things I'm very optimistic and excited about. The challenge side, I think, is in the implementation of the themes of this activity as well. Amongst my colleagues at the interagency, we've worked together a lot, and this is certainly challenging us to go even further and deeper to make sure things are tight and can amplify and work together. And so we're mindful of those challenges. I'm not strangely optimistic about our chances of succeeding there and finding ways to work together. So I think that's really the main thing, is that we really need to keep everyone together with the energy that we started and to realize, wins along the way as we get to the future.
I'll just add briefly, in terms of optimism, I've been impressed by, in the international conversations in Europe and in Asia, this certain sense of humility about that this is an area in which government has not ventured before, but also that has the advantage of ideas not being ossified, that there's a real interest in exchange and trying to identify problems, have common approaches to them. And I think that that's a very good starting point. And we've been undertaking these international discussions since last year. So there's I think what we're seeing in our engagement with allies is that there's not a fear of engaging even before ideas are fully formed on our side or on their side, so that we can, so our respective approaches can be informed by our partners. And we're not presenting solutions and then realizing that doesn't really work with our partners.
Yeah, so, the commons, as you know, is addressing that first value of health. There's three values of health. You've got to look at the first value of health is just getting the lab to have prototyping capability, but then you've got to think about maturing the technology, and then you've got to think about productization, market opportunities for those technologies. Those are all challenges, and so we've got to work together. The commerce investments are critical, the NSTC investments are critical for this. Further maturing the technologies that are being supported through the commons. So that's one. What I'm optimistic about is, when you think about access to the capabilities that the community needs, whether it's access to foundries, whether it's access to EDA tools and license and so on,
particularly for the small companies, the the startups and the universities as well, there is a huge challenge, getting access to the critical capabilities that are needed for that innovative ecosystem in the US. So I'm encouraged that the CHIPS and Science Act is going to support those kinds of investments. It's building this whole of government strategy, which is informing the implementation plan for the investment, and that is really encouraging. Thank you.
So I'm going to echo some of the things that my colleagues have said and maybe add a couple as well. So first and foremost, I think the level of engagement that we have seen within the federal government and then across sectors. I've been in the government for more than a decade, and I've worked on these types of issues for that entirety of that time. The level of engagement that we've seen, I think, is unprecedented. It's in many ways a generational piece of legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act legislation, and it is our call to action moment to be able to try to deliver on that piece of legislation and that vision. So I think that there's tremendous opportunity there. I also think that in many ways, what we're seeing with regard to the vision of thinking end-to-end and holistically in the way that my colleagues just described, starting from a place of foundational research and working forward, but also flipping the script a little bit and thinking about the demand side first and having the demand side really help shape some of that foundational research in a meaningful way so that we can draw that out in a more accelerated fashion so that we can really get across that lab to market divide that we often see. I think that is another place of potential opportunity and excitement for me. I think in terms of the challenge side, these structures do take a little bit of time to put in place, and trying to ensure that while we're doing that, the momentum lingers, the momentum continues in a positive and feed-forward way, I think is something that's at the top of my mind.
Thank you. I'll just offer one opinion from the industry side, and that is it's just been very impressive, the talent within the government brought to bear on making sure the CHIPS and Science Act is successful, but also the talent you've brought in from the outside to administer the program. It's really been very, very, very impressive, and makes me feel very optimistic. On the challenges side, the timely implementation of the CHIPS Act is something that we think about. Next question. I think we've got a couple more minutes. We all know the semiconductor industry is about as global as it gets, both in manufacturing, design, R&D across the spectrum. Our international partners are critically important. You touched on some of this. Question for the panel: what's the role of international partnerships in addressing big challenges of sustained innovation leadership and workforce needs? Who would like to take a first crack at that?
Yeah, so the commons is certainly through the hub models, encouraging that partnership with our allies. We want to see that access to those critical capabilities that are needed for the success that we need in the microelectronics ecosystem. So whether it's the NATO, the AUKUS, the Quad, we certainly want to see those security partners come together with us in ensuring that we have that amplification as well as a multiplier effect that we can achieve internally within the US. So that's our goal going forward through the hub models, try to accomplish those partnerships that are critical for the success of the microelectronics ecosystem here in the US.
I'd agree with Dr. Shenoy. Our international partners and allies are critical for the full scale of the ambition we have for the innovation we need in the country. We already work with them closely. It's really in the same spirit of amplifying, augmenting, connecting, taking a holistic approach as described earlier, includes our international partners. There are active discussions, certainly across the board, as we've heard, in the R&D space and commerce that have been very active as well. And they are taking the form of shared interest and a recognition, as articulated earlier, that there are advantages and places for success working together at scale, more so than just pursuing individual agendas. Now, there are a lot of details to work through, but I believe we have some very good starting points which can be aligned around shared visions around grand challenges and key problems that can be shared and worked on together. The initial stages of conversations with our partner counterparts across the globe have started to become very fruitful, and I think that's an area which they would like to continue to explore. So I'm very confident that we'll be able to find the win-win solutions that amplify in the same spirit of building an ecosystem that is cohesive and is focused on the amplification of the technology that we need, as well as the people who participate them, as we have a lot to learn from our colleagues around the world, and that we certainly recognize that all the best ideas do not necessarily start in the United States, but we would like them to finish here.
Maybe I'll just, the four areas that I described at the beginning are the critical pillars, and I talked a little bit about the sort of policy dialogue with our developed country counterparts, whether it's on transparency around public incentives, collaborating on early warning systems, et cetera. So those dialogues are very important. Maybe I'll just drill down and add a little bit of color on this second area, downstream. How does one achieve this objective of diversifying the downstream assembly, testing, and packaging capability? That starts with learning, well, why are certain activities conducted where they are right now? What are the economics of that? What are the workforce capabilities that are necessary to make that happen? How does the fact that more fabrication would take place in the United States affect the economics of locating more of those activities in the Western Hemisphere? But we're very focused on understanding what the current pattern and the rationale for the current pattern of supply, the current constellation of supply chain, and then thinking about what are the constraints which, if overcome, would allow those capabilities to flourish in more countries, both in Asia and in the Western Hemisphere. So that can be the policy environment, that can be workforce training, and those are areas in which there can be a useful role for the U.S. government to engage in the policy dialogue with the various countries, to use our resources not only from the ITSE fund, but also our other development resources, for example, for workforce development where appropriate. And so that's an example in this downstream bucket of how international partnerships can play a really useful role. And then the final thing I'll add is when I've made these trips, it's not just to discuss with foreign governments, but also the private sector and the key players in not only the advanced countries, but in the developing world, to figure out what are the constellation of actions from the private sector and from the government that are necessary to unlock these potential.
Thanks, Ramin.
Just a really quick comment. I just want to build on that last point that you made about the private sector. I think there are opportunities when we think about international engagement for us to think, again, holistically across different sectors. So like-minded nations or allied nations, whether it be the Quad or some other mechanism, but also thinking about ways in which these can be both funder to funder, and also thinking about industry to the table, thinking about academia or institutions of higher ed to the table as well. And I think it does cut across in terms of research as well as access to the fab capabilities that are necessary, but then also thinking about student exchanges potentially as well as vehicles for being able to flow the talent and ideas from one country to another.
Thank you. I think Ian is giving me the evil eye here. So I want to end on an anecdote, and I know at least one person in this room, not me, it was before my time at SI, was witness to this experience. But SI brought a group of companies up to the Hill to speak to an influential lawmaker, and the meeting opened up with the lawmaker saying, "Hey, when are you semiconductor guys going to make semiconductors fully conducting?" So my point is, we've come a long way since then, haven't we? So with that, Eric, Dave, Ramin, and Erwin, thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Let's give this panel a great round of applause.
going to take a short 3-4 minute break here, and if I can ask my industry panelists to convene on the stage. For those of you standing in the back, there are a few seats up front. Hey, how are you, Ellen? It's good to see you, Ellen. Still at it. Yes. No, I'm still in Indianapolis. But I'll get back here.
I'm not sure the person sitting here can see the time of the clock because everyone is doing it. You tell me where you want to put it. Do you know who he is? Can you tell me? I can't. That's the problem. He wants it to Yes. Who is it? Then he should be able to see it from there. Very good. Yeah, we shouldn't have a problem this next time. Sorry about that.
We need to tell the speakers to get closer to the microphones.
And we don't have enough. We're going to use a handheld for one of these because we only have 6.
The people who are on the live stream, if they don't get close to the microphone, we can't hear.
Testing.
All right, please begin to take your seats. We're going to start up our next panel here in about 1 minute.
Is this name new? Is this all right? I'm not sure we changed this one.
All right, I'll tell you.
Do you have another rundown?
Yeah, we have. So this would be.
Go from one end to the other. Doesn't matter which way you
No,
start.
okay. I've got Atkinson, Agarwal, Aji, Manchak, Manchak Bata, Tom, Sonderman.
Hey, Debbie. Sonderman, yep, Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, and then.
She's doing the same thing. Got 2 people.
All right.
question.
Yeah.
So here only have 12:30. 12 for lunch. Is it okay? It's around 11 something right now. 11. Is it okay if I just have it ready by 11:15 or 11:30?
Sure.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Just start taking all that back out.
Good. Good.
Thank you.
Oh, you had water for us? All right. I need to, which one's which? I'm here.
You should have done them double-sided. Next time I'll be double-sided.
Sir, you'll be on the handheld line.
Okay.
I've unscrewed the tops because they're
Oh, you
hard to
already
open
did?
the bag.
Oh, actually, okay. Hey, good to see you. I recognize now. Doing well.
You know, I've unscrewed the tops because they're hard to
All right, please take your seats.
Hi, Tom.
We're going to get started. We're in about 30 seconds. Take your seats.
They made us almost go off the stage here.
But you got a mic. They're giving me a handheld.
Oh, take it.
No, it's fine.
Actually for you.
It's fine. I'll borrow his. I won't. I'll just borrow it. I think instead of I'm not going to use this.
You know you can do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to slide it over. I'm not going to. Yeah, I'll slide it seats over. That's fine. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, that's better. I don't want to handle it. Be weird. To be honest.
All right, the panelists are seated. We're going to begin momentarily. Please take your seats. Please shut the doors in the back. We're going to get started.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're going to fire things up. Please take a seat. We'll have time for additional networking right after this panel, and then of course we have the lunch, so please take a seat. And let's start up this panel session with our distinguished industry guests. Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, thanks again to John and the prior panel. For the government guests still here, thanks for your service and your commitment to executing the CHIPS program. I also want to recognize our congressional guests in the room. I saw Congressman Mervan here earlier, and a few others. Senator Young will be joining us, of course, in a moment as well. So let's kick it off with our next panel. No stranger to this industry or innovation policy, we have Dr. Rob Atkinson of ITIF, who will moderate this panel. Recognized as the world's top think tank for science and technology policy, Dr. Atkinson leads a prolific team of policy analysts and fellows that is successfully shaping the debate and setting the agenda on a host of critical issues at the intersection of technological innovation. Next, we have Tom Sonderman, my friend and mentor, president and CEO of Skywater Technologies. Thanks, Tom, for joining us. Tom joined Skywater in 2017 as the lead executive driving the company's successful business transformation from an IDM to a pure-play foundry. He has effectively diversified Skywater's customer base by defining new product markets and targeting new customers while simultaneously improving operational efficiency. Tom continues to expand Skywater's presence throughout the U.S. with strong commercial manufacturing in Minnesota, Florida, and now Indiana. Thank you, Tom. Next, we have Kayvon Esfarjani. He is the Executive Vice President and Chief Global Operations Officer and General Manager of Manufacturing, Supply Chain, and Operations at Intel Corporation. He is responsible for the company's worldwide manufacturing operations, including fab sort, manufacturing, assembly test manufacturing, and strategic planning, as well as corporate quality assurance, corporate services, and supply chain. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Satish Kupurao. He is the Global Vice President for Business Development and Growth at Applied Materials. Prior to this assignment, Dr. Kupurao was a General Manager in various business units in Applied Materials, ranging from front-end products, epitaxy, and atomic layer deposition. We have Ajit Manosha, my friend and mentor, and the President and CEO of SEMI, the global industry association serving the semiconductor and electronics manufacturing and design and supply chain. Among various executive responsibilities, he was the CEO of Global Foundries and also ran worldwide operations at Spansion as well as NXP in Philips. He was a member of President Obama's Advanced Manufacturing Partnerships Council as well as the PCAST. In 2020, Ajit was inducted into the Silicon Valley Engineering Hall of Fame, and VLSI named him an all-star of the semiconductor industry, a double Hall of Famer. Manish Bhatia. Manish Bhatia is the Executive Vice President of Global Operations at Micron Technology. He is responsible for driving the vision and direction for Micron's end-to-end operations. Mr. Bhatia joined Micron in 2017. He priorly served as Executive Vice President of Silicon Operations at Western Digital Corporation. And lastly, we have Dr. Sanjeev Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal is President and CEO of Everspin Technologies. He was involved with shaping Everspin since its inception in 2008 in a variety of leadership positions. Along with other partners, including Enhanced, Dr. Agarwal announced a major semiconductor investment at Westgate Technology Park near NSWC Crane in southern Indiana last year. Please welcome these panelists, and we look forward to another riveting discussion. Dr. Atkinson, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Ian. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm going to give a 5-second commercial. This is great stuff. ITI has been involved in this issue for a long time. We were quite active in supporting the passage of the CHIPS Act through background analytical research and policy analysis. We think this is just the first step. We have a day-long conference next week on Thursday, the 27th, on how to advance a sophisticated advanced industrial strategy for the U.S. It's on our website. Feel free to join in person or online. We now have essentially 6 panelists, and if I can do my math pretty accurately, we have 5 minutes and 33 seconds per panelist. So you can't go over that time. If you do, you could trade. We'll do tradable permits for speaking here. So I'm just going to, we frankly don't have a lot of time, so I've got to keep questions certainly short and answers short. Let me just start with a general sort of softball or hardball question. As each of your companies is considering taking advantage of these programs, whether it's the tax break, the tax incentives for CapEx we haven't talked about, whether it's the capital grants, or whether it's the R&D components, what do you think is the most important things to get right? Are there things you're worried about? How do we make sure that we do this right? Because this is as my colleague Blair Levin said once about the broadband bill, it's not just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it's a once opportunity. So this is a once opportunity, and we got to get it right. So why don't we, Sanjeev.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay. So thank you, first of all, for including me in this panel. Thank you. First of all, I think I would like to applaud the Department of Commerce for actually putting this program together for CHIPS Act. As far as the funding is concerned, I mean, Everspin has not had any challenges trying to apply for any funding, but it is critical for Everspin to actually have the national security community understand that the technology that we bring to the table is actually dual use. It's for use in the commercial market, where we've actually developed this business for the past 20 years. And then at the same time, it is of very critical use to the national security community. So I think putting programs together and putting this CHIPS Act funding or CapEx together to accelerate or enhance this kind of partnership or this kind of offering that the small industry can bring to the semiconductor area would be of great value. So I think that is one way to bring this to the table.
That was great and short.
Thank you.
Tom,
Great.
tough act to follow.
Yeah, especially for me. So first, again, thanks for just, to Purdue and really to the industry for everyone coming together. People ask me all the time, why'd you choose Purdue to build a new fab? Well, this is why. The ability to bring industry together is going to be critical. When you look at what the challenge is, it's collaboration, and frankly, the thing that worries us the most is workforce development. We've all watched over the last 30 years, literally, as I entered the industry, the migration of semiconductor manufacturing overseas, and now we have a big incentive to move it back, but everybody's going to start moving at the same time. So the ability from resources to build fabs, to run fabs, to go from ideation to productization, as we heard in the last panel, in a very seamless fashion. These are all challenges that face us, but if we don't have people to get excited like we all did when we joined this industry, then it won't succeed. So I think getting the workforce development piece right and doing it around a sense of collaboration, again, as evident by this room full of people, is going to be absolutely critical if we're going to be successful.
Great. Thank you. Ajit.
Okay, there you go. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, President Mung, for inviting this, and it's a great session with a lot of high-caliber people in this room, and I think we're going to solve most of the problems by the end of the day today. Just to not build upon what Tom just said, yes, I applaud the CHIPS and Science Act from US, and of course other countries are following the suit. That's important. And because the gaps that we have created in this country are so huge to regain the leadership on manufacturing and R&D. But having all that money, and which is a starting point, of course, the number one problem that Tom talked about is the talent shortages. This has been going on in this country and around the world for many years. The numbers you have seen in the print, about 300,000 people needed by end of 2030, I think that those numbers are understated. Why I'm saying this? We collect data on how many new fabs are coming around in the world, and as of last month, 87 or 88 new fabs have been announced in the world. If I just do simple math, actually Mark Lundstrom and I did this math last year, just for US, we need well over 500 to 600,000 more people in the industry to make success. And yes, if you have all the money, but if you don't have people, it's not going to work. I remember during my days of setting up a greenfield fab in Malta, New York, I could not find people. And President Obama came to the fab, he said, Ajit, what's going on? I said, well, we're having trouble. He said, go fix it. And that was his message. And we've been trying to fix it since then. It cannot be fixed unless we totally collaborate on this topic in big time. And I'm so glad to see that Purdue is also taking lead. And I see Dr. Sujaking sitting here. SEMI has launched a major initiative called ASA SEMI Partnership. ASA stands for American Semiconductor Academy, which is a network of well over 200 universities and community colleges. They bring the semiconductor curricula, and we bring the industry context into that. And we're going to have those students ready at Purdue or any other university in the US, and get them rolled the very first day they graduate and they come to the work. With that, I will say that's really the number one challenge for US and rest of the world. Yes, I can see a lot of help from the government, because we also need to reform our immigration policies. We can't really do without supporting the foreign graduates who are being educated in this country, and they graduate, and we tell them, go home and go help your own country. Shame on us. We need to fix that. With that, I'll stop right here.
Thank you. Manish.
Thank you, and thank you to President Chiang and Purdue, and to SIA and Senator Young for bringing everyone together today. I'd say the short answer to your question is that this is not a problem that just happened overnight. This is a long-term problem that developed over the last 2+ decades, which means it's not going to be something that we can solve overnight. It's going to take time, and it's going to take persistent effort and interest from everyone here, all the three bodies that are represented on the three panels today, industry, universities, and government, continuing to stay focused on rebuilding this capability that used to be here. Essentially, the advent of the 300-millimeter era just bypassed the United States and moved to, and the scale, real challenge with it, is about the scale. In memory, Micron is the only memory manufacturer in North America. We need two things to be competitive. We need leading-edge technology delivered at scale. And fortunately, Micron has the leading-edge technology. We've been able to carve out industry leadership in both DRAM and NAND over the last several years, clear leaders in technology. But in order to be successful, we have to be able to deliver that technology at scale in order to be cost competitive, because as you know, memory is an extremely cost-sensitive business. So we have to be able to manufacture at scale. We have to be able to build a supply chain and an ecosystem that is at scale for constructing these fabs, for providing the specialty materials, the bulk materials that are needed, the equipment and equipment support and maintenance of the facilities that are needed. And as Ajit was saying, we need to be able to deliver the workforce at scale. 300,000, 500,000, those are still mind-boggling numbers relative to the number of engineering graduates that are coming out in the hard sciences that we can tap into, the construction workforce, the skilled trades workforce and skilled labor workforce that we need in order to be able to operate this high precision equipment and to do so at scale. So I would say the biggest challenge that we have ahead of ourselves here is scale.
Great, thank you. Manish. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the problem, Kevin.
Hey, folks, first of all, thank you. It's a great honor, privilege, and very, very exciting to be among all of you. I must say I'm quite biased to say big, huge thanks to Purdue, because I set my foot on the campus about 36 years ago now. And it's just been full circle doing my studies there, and here we are. Folks, I want to start by saying, I mean, this is such a tremendous opportunity ahead of us. I mean, if you think about everything around us becoming digital, and this digitization that is transforming all of the business models around us, right? Everything we use in healthcare to, technology when it enables the high-performance computing, AI, to your cars. But what do they all have in common? They all need semiconductors. And this is where the call to action came through when we really, this situation manifested itself back in the COVID time, when just average user, anybody going into a store wanting to buy something electronic, they're like, hey, we don't have access to this so fundamental enabling capability. So since early 2001, when Pat Gelsinger came on board, it became really, really clear that for this fundamental capability that everybody in the world needs, balancing the supply chain and ensuring that a global company like Intel that supports customers all over the world, having leadership in technology, having growth in scale, and making sure that places like US and Europe that have deteriorated over the last 30 years into essentially becoming irrelevant, non-players, about 10% of the overall share of the world of supply, that has to get fixed. So we deployed what we call the IDM 2.0. That's really around 3 key pillars. One is just double down. Leadership in technology, process technology, and advanced logic, as well as make sure expanding and investing into manufacturing. That's one pillar. And by the way, The leadership in advanced logic, who are the key players out there that are manufacturing? Only 3 companies: Samsung, TSMC, Intel. So, and time, those of you know Moore's law, time is of essence. When you're off the Moore's law, year or 2 or 3, you may never get back onto this trajectory of the technology leadership. And many companies have fallen apart. Game is over. So this is such a critical call to action. That's the first pillar. Second pillar is really investment and advancing the technology in advanced packaging, where you need the chiplets, you need bringing all the elements of both the mature and the advanced technologies in combination with memory to really bring that technology together to deliver leadership products that the world needs in order to advance the capabilities of the uses, whether it's automotive, whether it's the graphics, or what the use case may be. And lastly is offering foundry services. Foundry services where fabless companies do their design and companies like Intel with advanced logic capabilities produce their designs. 3 key pillars. Now, to do that, it's easier said than done. And as Andy Grove always said, strategy is not what you say, is what you do. Right from the get-go, right? Intel put all chips on the table. We announced massive investment in Arizona, double down in R&D in Oregon, expansion of a mega site in Ohio, as well as advanced packaging investment in New Mexico. All of these are all betting on the fact that the policy and the public and private partnership is coming through. Why did we do this? In great support from our board, which actually Dr. Shujae King here as well, is because this is critical and it goes way beyond Intel. It's for the purposes that many folks are talking about today. It's a national security. It's making the world to not be reliant on just one section of the world, not just for supply, but also for innovation and technology. And I would also say this is not just about manufacturing. R&D and the fundamental enabling capabilities. This is something that was pioneered here in the United States, and this is something that Intel has been committed. Both the advanced logic in Oregon and advanced packaging in Arizona is something that in partnership with various government as well as the public and private partnerships, such as we heard from NIST, NSTC, NAPTD, all these programs are critical to keep this innovation going. Okay. And lastly, I would say it comes down to people. And people and ensuring that this is not just for engineering, but it all comes down to construction, community colleges, all these things that are going to support us. So this is something that public and private partnership is critically important to carry this journey forward, and absolutely Intel is committed. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Satish.
Thank you, Robert. First of all, I don't know if many of you noticed, the previous panel only had 5 panelists, and now we have 7, so we have managed to pack more in the same space in a record time here. I think it's very emblematic of our industry.
I think it's Moore's law.
Yeah. Moore's law in action, yes. And thank you, President Chang and rest of the folks for inviting us. I want to just tell a small story. I'd like to transport you all back to the winter of 1967. There was a small startup company trying to raise funding. Its idea was to sell equipment, materials, wafers, anything that the silicon industry needed. Many of you know that it was not very big at the time. Silicon Valley was filled with orchards, and the fruit farming was probably bigger than semiconductor. So this company was really looking for private funding. It had only managed to raise $100,000, and it needed more to survive. And it reached out to Gordon Moore. And Gordon Moore had a vision, and he invested $10,000 in the company. He knew in his heart that there was a place for a pure play equipment vendor who could go and push the technology boundaries and not worry about how the chips needed to be manufactured. That's the story of Applied Materials. We began as a startup with Gordon Moore's funding. And he would later say in a foreword that he wrote in a book about Applied Materials that, fearing a conflict of interest, he sold his shares in Applied Materials. But unfortunately, he sold it too soon, because had he held on to it, it would have been the best damn investment he had ever made. Now, after 55 years, I'm proud to say that in Applied Materials, we've kept his legacy going. His investment was not in vain. And we are one of the 2 biggest film deposition equipment providers in the United States. We work very closely with our customers, many of whom are here today, to actually develop mind-bogglingly complicated technology that involves manipulation of materials at an atomic scale, at a vast industrial scale that Manish talked about, to make things possible today. Otherwise, we'll all be burning a hole in our pocket with the cell phones that we carry today, with the power consumption. That's the nature of this industry. So as we focus on shoring a lot of manufacturing back into the United States, it's the core mission of Applied Materials to work closely with all our partners, customers, universities, ecosystem partners, to not just lead America in where chips are made, but how chips are made. Because that's truly the defining technology that'll keep United States in the leadership for decades to come. So as we look at the CHIPS and Science Act, we believe that it has a very transformational power if it can broadly engage the entire ecosystem in making sure that we address everything from universities, material suppliers, design, software, EDA, equipment suppliers, customers, and packaging houses. If everyone is involved, then it can be truly transformative and keep United States leadership for years to come. And I think my colleagues here, Manish and Kevan, articulated this well. It's a very cutthroat industry, very competitive industry. The biggest challenge that the United States is going to have is to make sure that these companies continue to be successful economically. So all the policies and everything should be geared towards, I think Eric or Erwin mentioned earlier, it's really to prop up the demand side, because you can only do so much building factories. If the demand dies down, as we see now, there's a slowdown in the industry, right? Everything goes by the wayside. We need to always do things that can actually keep the demand high and the economy going, and that's the bread and butter of the semiconductor industry. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So I want to do 2 subjects before we close, and I want to come back to last on the skills and talent issue, because that's such an important one. But I also want to ask this other question. There's one of the misnomers I think I hear a lot about the CHIPS Act is, oh, it's going to lead to overcapacity. And it's like, if you're subsidizing 20% of somebody, they're not going to have overcapacity. If you subsidize 100% of it, you might get overcapacity. So the real issue, to me, is there's this vast competition now for chips. You got India, you got Europe, you got Korea has a new thing, all these other countries, China, obviously. How do you all see this competition? We're in the competition, we're in the game, and there's only so many fabs or other production facilities that are going to be happening. It's not like this is creating more. There's only a fixed amount. How do you think we're doing in that global competition, and do you think we understand that competition well enough? So anybody who wants to jump in.
Yeah, so my view is that the science part of the CHIPS Act actually helps us stay ahead of the game. And I think Purdue University taking the charge over here, and also Indiana State, putting forward this workforce development effort that we're doing. I think that's where all the innovation is going to occur, and that's where we'll keep the leadership. And I think then you actually go from the lab to the fab concept. I mean, for example, Everspin has been doing it for the last 2 decades. We started a program in MRAM, and we are actually the only supplier of this technology and products to the US government, as well as to our commercial customers, all the way from automotive to industrial. Okay. So we went from lab to fab, and I think if you continue that concept and actually create workforce development and R&D efforts, for example, like we're talking about in Purdue University or in Indiana State, I think that's where we will get the leadership, and then the production will follow, and we'll keep our leadership in terms of productivity as well as fabs, and build the appropriate fabs to support the right technology.
Yeah, so it's all, what's the U.S. known for? Innovation. We are the innovators. So what we've lacked is the focus on the other end of the equation, which is the secure manufacturing, having the ability to go from ideation to productization. the innovation has never stopped. Where are all the equipment companies really concentrated? Right here in the U.S. Where are all the EDA companies concentrated? In the U.S. Where we lost our way is in manufacturing. So our goal is to reestablish that part of the value chain, and if we do it, then while there will always be good competition globally, I was in Europe last week, there's obviously a lot of enthusiasm over there, but the ideas start here in America. We just need to make sure that they get manufactured here in America as well.
Anybody else?
Yeah, may I just make one? I think, folks, if anybody says, hey, what's going to happen a year or two when it comes into the semiconductor, demand cycle, there's just too many variables to be, having that perfect crystal ball. I think the key here is to make sure that, hey, you are deploying the investments, the infrastructure, and the policies that are needed for a long-term view, right? If you're just looking at it from one quarter, next quarter, the quarter after, yes, there's going to be a lot of noise in the system. But if you believe that the world continues to go to digital, and with that, semiconductors are going to be needed, that long-term view is not going to change anything we are doing in here in terms of having those favorable policies, make sure that, hey, we are really developing the talent, we are focusing on sustainability. These issues are going to remain constant.
I think one of the things that Secretary Raimondo, who I believe is going to be joining us this afternoon, talked about in a recent interview was about wanting to utilize this, this policy to create clusters. And clusters for multiple clusters around the country that can create the reinforcing loop of the ecosystem. And so, the projects that we've announced are kind of complementary to that vision. We have a $100 billion announcement for at-scale manufacturing in New York, which can then catalyze a Northeast corridor cluster of suppliers, of universities, and of course other IDMs along with us to be able to become efficient and effective in that area. And then we have an announcement of a $15 billion manufacturing facility in Boise at our headquarters, co-located with our research and development, that along with Intel's facility in Portland and others in the Northwest can catalyze the same thing in the Northwest. So I think spending the money wisely is around making sure that we have this concept of reinforcing loops of clusters that can then lower the barriers to entry for all semiconductor players.
Anybody else?
One thing we've been concerned about is the industry got way ahead of university capabilities for research and development. So one of the things that we are hoping the Science Act can do is to reinvigorate how we can bring that cutting-edge advanced technology and give universities access to them. Because in order to go to the next level, the universities need access to some of the most advanced technology that the industry has today, and they're frankly unaffordable for some of the universities. I don't think a university can afford a EUV lithography machine today, for example. So those are the challenges that we face in the industry. How do we actually bridge this divide from what's possible today to where we need to be in the future? Because the industry, as my colleagues here can attest, there's a lot of inflections happening even as we speak. Things are changing. It's getting very difficult to scale the traditional way. So folks are coming up with all kinds of different designs, architectures, materials in order to make that happen. So it's really ripe ground for research, development, and startup ecosystem. And if this Science and Chips and Science Act can enable that ecosystem to happen, we're going to see a lot of good ideas that can actually see the light of the day and get commercialized.
So a number of you, if not most of you, brought up the issue of workforce. ITIF has a new report coming out in the next week or two looking at the trends in electrical engineering degrees in the U.S., which would include most of this. And what we found is actually quite depressing. The number of degrees in the U.S. is not growing anywhere near as fast as overall degrees. We're more reliant on non-U.S. citizens or permanent residents, which wouldn't be a problem if we had a reasonable high-skill immigration policy, but we don't. So I want to, we can talk about training, and it's important to talk about, but the reality is my son's just got accepted to a PhD program in computer science, and I don't know how many decades it'll take him to finish. 5 years, maybe, if he's lucky. So we're not talking about you turn the switch. I mean, you can sort of turn the switch with technicians. That's maybe a year. You can't turn the switch with engineers as quickly. And so there's going to be a little bit of a lag. So that's one question, which to me suggests that on the short run, at least, we need to think about an immigration solution. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then secondly, I think we need to figure out a way to get more, and like Purdue is fantastic. It sounds like what we heard from Purdue is, wow, this is great, leading edge, but not everybody's Purdue. And I don't mean that in terms of technical capability, I mean in terms of commitment. And there are just, I think, a lot of universities that don't prioritize turning out really good electrical engineers. And so how do we get them? And part of that's working more closely with industry. So broad question, we have 7:31 left, so anybody wants to jump? Go ahead.
All right. As I mentioned before, the workforce issue is going to be the most serious challenge for us to succeed in this country and in this industry around the world. SEMI is not a commercial for SEMI, but SEMI, because of my previous experience when I had trouble in finding workforce in New York fab, so when I joined SEMI, the number one problem that everybody told me that is the shortage of people. And we launched a comprehensive program from elementary schools to high schools to community colleges and so on. And to your comment about your son going to graduate school doing PhD, yes, he will take 5 years. And that is going to be a problem. But we need to really start reaching out to these students in their sophomore year, the freshman year, the junior year, and make connection between the universities and the industry so that when they graduate, they they land the right job. But in addition to all the PhDs and masters that we need to create, we need a lot of technicians for manufacturing. And the one program that I am very passionate about is reskilling veterans. In this country, we release 200 plus veterans every year, and 95% of those veterans end up doing low-level jobs like drivers, are working in Walmart and other stores, and are security guards. I hired 300 some veterans, and I'm sure Intel and Micron, they all hire veterans. And those are the best workers for doing the most sophisticated technician work that we have in this industry. SEMI has launched a major program to reskill the veterans, and I would love that, and this is again requires a lot of collaboration. I would love all my industry colleagues to really join hands with us. And also ASA will be partnered with us to have some of the veterans who want to do master's degrees and PhD degrees. That's something which SEMI is going to drive. And I know there are many other small entities or other entities that are doing things. We will network with anybody and everybody. That's the low-hanging fruits that we are just sitting on this. We should take care of that.
Great. Anybody else?
One other comment I will make, right. Sorry. I think the one thing I'm very impressed with, the role of governments. First time I see the governments and academics sitting together in many years of my experience. I think we need to really have special program to increase the enrollment at high schools and elementary schools for STEM education. There's a lot more I can say, but maybe in the interest of time.
Yeah, actually, you just hit what I was going to say. In our fab in Florida, we have a STEM school literally right next door. So we have 10th graders, 11th graders, seniors that are all coming in, interning inside our fab, actually solving problems in our fab, and then having a pathway. One of the students ended up doing an internship at Florida that then went to Purdue. This whole idea of starting when they're very young is important. I have a 19-year-old that is still trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do. So part of the idea is get them excited young, and then the other thing is females in the workforce. Our industry only has 20% females to this day. It's been like that forever. That is a huge untapped resource. We've learned how to work from home, do a lot of things to adapt so that we can get the brightest minds working inside our fabs and do it in a way where they can enjoy the work-life balance that they're looking for. So I think there's lots of potential, but we have to think differently for sure.
I'll just add, we heard Erwin in the last panel from the National Science Foundation talk about the vision from Director Panchanathan, which to me is a revolutionary thought. I mean, National Science Foundation, of course, has their charter to sponsor leading edge research. with their grants to all universities. But Dr. Pachanathan's vision to actually make science democratized across all different universities at all levels, community colleges, and bringing so many more, yes, women into the workforce, but also other minorities who haven't been, who don't have role models who have gone into technical fields, and trying to bring them in is absolutely something Micron's, really proud to be partnering with the NSF on, and absolutely right that this is something that we will need to be able to think about, not just for 3 or 4 or 5 years, but for the next 10 or 15 years. It'll take that long to be able to create really the pipeline that we need.
If I may just add one more thing. Oh, okay.
So what I just wanted to say was, what we're doing with the CHIPS Act is exactly what we need to do. We need to create global leadership across science as well as manufacturing so that the global workforce actually wants to come to the US and work with us, right? I think what we're trying to do with the CHIPS Act is really critical. The programs that we're going to fund through NSTC and through the Advanced Packaging Institute and that initiative, I think that's the stuff that's actually going to want the global workforce to come and work in the US and work with us. And I think that's what's going to create a difference between us and the rest of the world. So.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add is really, as we're looking at just building the foundation for what the industry needs, it's not just the head count, but the skills count. And that skill goes all the way from, and it needs to start all the way from high school, where you are, exciting people to get into the semiconductor field, and then all the way through, the PhDs and postdoctorate program. And let's also not forget that building this industry requires a lot of support infrastructure, such as the construction, and the diversity of the talent within these fields is more critical than ever. And this is a place that we as an industry, in industry partnership, and the public-private partnership is critically important to really build the workforce of the future, and that's a very big long-term vision that is absolutely critical.
Yeah, I'll just add that United States has its pick of the global talent, really, when it comes through our university system, right, the world-class university system. Our strength is in innovation and collaboration. So I'll just go back to echo what Ajit said, which is, do we make all the attempts to keep those global innovators here in the country and make US successful? We need to think about that.
All right, that's great. We have 37 seconds. Let me, as moderator, make one point. I certainly agree with particularly high school level, but what's interesting is we would not have an electrical engineering degree program at the BS level if we could reduce switch outs at some moderate level. So there's a lot of people who, when they go to college, they say, I want to be an electrical engineer, and there's a lot of people who switch out fairly quickly. The average grade for an electrical engineer is almost 1 point lower, and that's, as we all know, because electrical engineers aren't very smart, so they get bad grades. But think about that. If you want a good grade, it's tough in electrical engineering, and we penalize people for that. Also, a lot of the introductory classes are boring. You don't get to the exciting stuff until later. So if you can stick out pain, then you get the cool stuff. So I do think we have to recognize that universities have to really think about how do you keep these people engaged, because you're throwing away this. Somebody who says, I can do it and I want to do it, like, I don't know. Last point I'll make is another commercial. I, as John knows, have a PhD, but it's not in science. So I don't know that much about this. I read about it, but I've run across this podcast, which is the greatest podcast I've found. I encourage everybody to listen. It's Asianometry, and it's on YouTube. And it's this guy in Taiwan whose dad was some American and some semiconductor engineer. And he has a whole thing on the company that makes the lenses for the ASML machines. And he has all the Intel, Micron. It's just so much beautiful details, like 20-minute stories that you learn so much. You guys probably don't need it, but for the rest of us, I think it's one of the best podcasts out there to really learn this stuff. So, all right, now oh my God, we're over time and it's flashing. My apologies. I know, it's really flashing. My apologies. Fantastic panel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
2 minutes.
Well done.
We have a telephone.
All right, if I could ask my panelists to come on up. Todd, come on up.
Excuse me.
I think you may be down.
There.
I'm here. You're here. So. Yeah, you're here.
Matt is next to you, and Max is Philip.
You're in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
All right, please have a seat. We're going to be convening the panel in 1 minute. 1 minute. Please have a seat.
Philip's next to you. Hey, Alan, how you doing?
All right, please have a seat. Shut the doors. In the back, please. Have a seat. We're going to kick things off here. The lunch is right around the corner. All right. Thank you. Please have a seat. Excellent. All right, we are going to be, let's see, are we missing a panelist here?
We're missing two. And Matt Kay.
All right.
I was sitting beside.
There he is.
Hello.
Dr. Wong, yeah.
And Max was at my table. So.
Excellent. And we have one more joining us.
Oh, Max is here.
Has anybody
Okay.
seen, no,
Has
Matt.
anyone seen Dr. Matt Kay?
Oh,
Hey, do you know,
to see you.
have you seen Matt?
Good to see you.
all right.
He was here? Okay.
All right. He was.
All right. Well, we'll begin, and I'm going to keep the introductions very short so we have more time for a substantive conversation with these distinguished individuals. Moderating our panel today will be Dr. Todd Young, President and CEO of the Semiconductor Research Corporation. And I will say, this was one of my great privileges to work with the SRC, over 2 decades ago. It is a clear differentiator for our nation, Todd, and you're doing a fine job at the helm. From the past, including Paula and Taffy and Dave Seiler from NIST and Deidre from Synopsys. It really is the members that make SRC happen. And it's great to see this institution continuing to flourish. SRC started in 1982 when pre-competitive research was not a thing in terms of collaboration with one another. Moving on to the panelists, we're very excited to have Dr. Kay join us. Dr. Kay, the Trust and Assured Microelectronics Program Manager in the Office of the Deputy CTO Critical Technologies. Thank you, Dr. Kay, and thanks for your leadership on the SCALE program that Dr. Mung Chiang mentioned as well, a preeminent academic program that is very much educating hundreds of students around the country. We actually have Dr. Sujay King, also a member of the Investment Advisory Council and Dean of the College of Engineering at UC Berkeley. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Philip Wong, another Investment Advisory Council member, along with Todd. Dr. Philip Wong is the professor in the School of Engineering at Stanford and currently serves as the faculty director for the Stanford Nano Fabrication Facility. Our winner for the best title today, Dr. Mark Lundstrom, who is not only the professor of electrical and computer engineering, but also currently serves as Purdue's chief semiconductor officer. Thank you, Dr. Mark Lundstrom, for joining. And last but not least, we have Max Margoli, Executive Vice President of Worldwide Strategic Partnerships and Chief Revenue Officer of IMEC. Thank you for joining us. Todd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ian. Can you hear me in the back? Well, first, thank you to Purdue for bringing us all here. President Mung, really appreciate your continued partnership and thought leadership. I have asked this panel to start with a charge question, which I will describe here, and then we'll go down the line where they have no more than 2 minutes to answer. The question is, if you were given $1 billion to triple the number of newly graduated semiconductor engineers in a 3 to 5 year time frame, what exactly would you do? And since I believe that we can have equality and chivalry, I would ask Sujay to respond first.
All right. Thank you, Todd. And I'd also like to express gratitude for the organizers of this event, Purdue, SEMI, and SIA. It's my honor to be here in front of all of you. So I can just point to this vision paper that was published last year by SEMI and the American Semiconductor Academy Initiative. In it, we actually proposed some federal investments. They actually total to $2.35 billion over 5 years. So I will just trim some of it down. But what we proposed was really, we recognize that the need is university, no single program or region of our nation can address this need. We need to work together collaboratively and inclusively across the nation. So what we proposed that was new is a national network for microelectronics education, a private-public partnership. roughly $100 million a year to administer this network, but to connect people, bring people together, to share, modernize and share curricular content, to develop an infrastructure for hands-on chip design, and also to staff properly our facilities that exist so we can open them up and to more students to access them. We also recommended modernization of university facilities and equipment, about $100 million a year, and support, a lot of the faculty, like myself, we're going to retire soon, right? And we need to really infuse new talent in the academia. So we recommended that we incentivize universities to hire new faculty in microelectronics, $100 million over 5 years. We think that this will allow us to graduate 5,000 more engineers per year if we can hire 100 new faculty across the US in microelectronics. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, staying in the Bay Area, I might invite Philip Wong of Stanford to chime in.
Well, first of all, we must recognize students don't grow on trees. That's a quote I got from my good friend, Charlie Sardini from MIT. And somebody already mentioned earlier that it takes years to educate students, 4 years to get a bachelor's degree, another 5-6 years to get a PhD. So there's very little one can do to triple the number of students in 3 to 5 years. We cannot be lured into looking for quick wins. This is really a long game. All right, so with that as a preamble, there is a lot of things you can do with $1 billion. What we can do in $1 billion is to build a very vibrant, growing, healthy semiconductor industry. That's number one. Number two, drastically increase and grow research funding for semiconductors, and also build up semiconductor research and teaching facilities on university campuses. Well, I know that these suggestions are not the usual thing that people think of, but I want to tell you that, let me explain. Now, to increase the number of students who want to be trained in semiconductors, we need to solve the demand side of the equation. We need to have students who want to go into semiconductors. And today, if you look at the data from the National Science Board and the National Science Foundation, over the past 20 years, the number of students who graduated with engineering degrees have doubled. So we are not in lack of students who are trained in engineering. We're just in lack of students who want to go into semiconductors. And that is a problem that we need to solve. It is not a limited supply of technically trained young people. It is a question of whether students are choosing to go into semiconductor industry. Assuming we solve this demand issue, we need to solve the supply issue. The best way to increase the supply and meet the demand is to increase the research funding to universities, as Sujay has mentioned, because this will give you universities an ability to hire quality faculty and instructors to teach courses, and also to provide the hands-on training experience that is so important for training semiconductor technologists. So those two things are really important. One, have a vibrant, growing industry. Second, increase the research funding to universities, and make sure that universities have the facilities to give hands-on experiential training to the students.
Okay, excellent. And now I'd invite Max, who has, thanks to his affiliation to IMEC, a bit more of a global perspective on university engagement and student development.
First of all, I'm deeply honored to be sitting with such amazing talent. I really am out of place here, but I'm grateful that have been allowed to sit with them. IMEC has become the trusted partner of the industry by the virtue of the students that people like Sujay, Dr. Landstrom, and Dr. Wong has sent us. So in all honesty, one of the things that we observe is that the professors have to look a lot for grants, and increasing their research budget would not only help the industry, but also help the professors to be focused more on research. The other thing that I would do with that $1 billion is try to build a bridge between IMEC, and Todd, you have been at IMEC, you spend time there. We bring the facilities that the industry has to the research community to be able to work on. So sending talented students to be acclimated with what they will find in a environment like Intel with state-of-the-art tools would be one place that this money can help those PhD students and also the industry and the university.
Excellent. Mark, would you like to weigh in, please?
Okay, thank you, Todd. It's great to be here with you all. So since the focus today is on execution, let me try to be very specific, and I'll be echoing some things that my colleagues, some points that they just made. So first of all, I think we have to realize that for the next 10 years or so, the pipeline is more or less fixed. If a kid doesn't have algebra by 7th grade, they're unlikely to be going to an engineering program. So we more or less have a fixed pipeline for the next decade. Enrollments at large flagship public universities are rapidly growing. We've set a record at Purdue every year for the last 15 years. Most of our peers are in the same situation, our large peers, or some of them have decided they're as large as they can be. More than 95% of these students have jobs when they graduate or shortly thereafter. There's no shortage of jobs for this rapidly growing population of students. Fortunately, the need for talent in this industry is very broad. What we need to do to move the needle in the next few years is we need to convince more of these students to consider and prepare for careers in the semiconductor industry. And we can move the needle fairly quickly on a 3 to 5 year time frame. So the second thing I would do is I would identify 5 major university workforce development hubs around the nation. And these are universities that have a large enough size to make a dent in this problem. They have a critical mass of faculty to teach courses and educate students. They have the facilities that are needed for online education. There are only a dozen or so possibilities. We could all name them. I'd select those. You know, universities have many priorities. They're doing many things. I'd select a few of those that are willing to make this challenge the top challenge, or if not the top 2 or 3 challenges. Okay, then we've got 5 major hubs around the nation. Charge each of them to increase the number of students prepared for semiconductor careers by a factor of 5. I think that can be done at these large programs. Charge them to engage a network of 10 partner universities, peers of comparable sizes or a wide range of different institutions. Now we've got 50 universities nationwide in a global network. And establish the kind of deep engagements with industry that we're going to need in order to make this work. Fourth, I would establish a nationwide network to coordinate all of these activities, to assess and share best practices, to share content, to establish programs and engage every college and university in the nation that wants to be part of that, to help build the pipeline that we're going to need beyond this initial 10 years when it's fixed. ASA and SEMI have put together a great vision paper for how that national network could work. And the last thing I'll say, do I think this will work? Probably not. I think each of these large programs could increase the number by 5, but I don't think every engineering program in the country is going to increase the number of semiconductor students by a factor of 5. So what else do we need to do? I think we need to realize that we don't really understand this problem. It's been developing for a long time. We may think we know, but we need to develop new programs. We need to test hypotheses. We need to disseminate the ones that work at scale so that by the end of the first 5 years, we know what works and where to make our investments. We need to develop a longer-term strategy for growing the overall STEM workforce, and that's a challenge when enrollments are bursting at the major programs, but they're declining at regional programs and at smaller schools, so we can address that challenge. We have to tap the international talent pool. I think that was mentioned earlier. We have a competitive advantage. The brightest people in the world want to come here and be part of this effort. And finally, I would say, I'm a little over 2 minutes, but we have these incredible new tools for AI that can make engineers and all of us much more productive. Maybe we don't need 3 times as many semiconductor engineers if we can make them much more productive.
Great. I think all the tools that accelerate our ability to think and achieve will be put to work, and humans will still be an important part of that future ecosystem. So, Matt, last but not least, can you share your Department of Defense perspective, please?
Yeah. So first, since I'm sitting here in this beautiful building, in this room, the first question I would ask, if these are appropriated dollars, I would want to ensure that we are meeting the congressional intent for fear of being hit by lightning here. So that's step one. Dr. Shenoy and I have the privilege to briefing Congress on what we're doing with the funds that we've been provided, and that's a big one. But that being said, we have a tremendous I really appreciate all the words that have been shared about the challenges we have with the workforce, you know, in DOD and working with our colleagues in ANS and R&E. We want to, provide a complete solution which, starts with our workforce, and they write policy, technology, and do the assurance activities. So not lost on this group. I really appreciate that. I think that our strategy is going to vary depending on where we are in that life cycle of the lifelong learner. So immediately, I would do with some of that money is I would probably rent out a lot of football stadiums. Every major capital in every state has a really large theater or football stadium, and I would give an edict to the states to go and bring all their high school teachers into that stadium and teach them and brief them on the opportunities within the semiconductor industry. We don't all, it's not just undergraduates and PhDs. There's a lot of need for techs and two-year degrees. I would work with community colleges to address it. I love the comment about our veterans. There are things that we've been at war for decades, and there's a lot of people who understand, who have that civic responsibility, so that not everyone's chasing the almighty dollar. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity there. I think there's other activities that need to be done is to address some of the underutilized demographics. And it was mentioned earlier about women in the workforce in STEM. I think there's a tremendous opportunity there to grow that. And obviously, for undergraduates and PhDs, there's a backlog of, green cards and visas. And SEMI and SIA have written numerous reports on that. So it's going to take everybody, but yeah, those are a few thoughts. But immediately, I'd probably rent out a bunch of stadiums and incentivize the states to compete.
Great. Thank you all for that perspective. As you can see, we've amassed a group of folks with different views as to what needs to be done to meet the congressional mandate. One of the things that we always like to say is the government can say what's important and shine a bright light on that. And I really applaud all of the federal workers, all the state workers that are working on the CHIPS Act, because you've already started to shine a bright light on what's possible if we work together and invest strategically. So I really like the high school teachers and the stadium. We amassed essentially a group of university and non-traditional partners to talk about innovation from that perspective, from the front end of that funnel. I want to say research is super important, and we are not going to talk about that because the workforce crisis is job number one. And so all of the questions that we've prepared to talk about are really gearing at workforce and education and that pipeline problem. So we've agreed offline to talk about a couple questions that go through in the next 21 minutes. First, I want to start with Sujay and ask, what exactly is a semiconductor engineer?
Okay, so I'm assuming my answer should be geared toward a general public?
Sure.
Okay, so then we need to first define what semiconductors are. So I would say, first, semiconductor chips are the brains of electronic devices upon which we depend today. They are used to communicate, process, and store information, and to automate tasks at home, at work, on the road, in factories, and in public places. So a semiconductor engineer applies knowledge and skills to design, fabricate, or use chips to benefit people and society. Pat Gelsinger, the CEO of Intel, likes to say that our mission in Intel is to improve the lives of every person on the planet. And in the past, in my own research group, I tried to get my students to come up with a little motto, like, what do we do? Like, how do you capture all that we do in, innovating new semiconductor devices? And we arrived at this short, pithy statement: we innovate devices that will change the world.
Great, thank you. Mark, could you share your perspective on what exactly is a semiconductor engineer?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Todd, and thank you, Sujay. That was a good answer. I'll give a little bit different answer. So recently, we queried a number of companies who shared with us data on their new college hires. And there is an amazing breadth of disciplines that semiconductor companies hire. Whether you're an electrical, traditionally we've taught our semiconductor courses in electrical engineering, but you all are hiring electrical engineers, materials engineers, mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, industrial engineers, chemists, physicists, computer scientists, data analysts. So, I think, we have this amazingly broad and sizable talent pool. I would define a semiconductor engineer as a chemical engineer, industrial engineer. Oh, somebody usually points out you've left out civil engineers. Who's going to build these facilities? I would consider a semiconductor engineer an engineer trained in a traditional discipline who is working on an exciting career in the semiconductor industry. Whatever your degree, this is the message that we're trying to give, whatever degree you are pursuing, there are exciting opportunities for you in semiconductors, and you should be thinking about those and preparing for them.
Yeah, I think what you've both highlighted is really the multidisciplinary nature, the complexities that those that are in the industry live with every day. I was a chemist, best suited for the oil and gas industry, but the fascination that I had with nanotechnology and where it was going to go was a wonderful ride for 20 plus years. Philip, maybe you could briefly talk. You mentioned that the students in particular, people that want to move into this space, need to see a demand signal and need to feel that. Can you talk about the demand signals that semiconductor engineers are feeling or seeing, and what can we do as a community and as a group of U.S. and like-minded nations to signal that future is bright?
I would say today the demand signal is not very strong. As Mark and Sujay has mentioned, semiconductor engineers covers a very broad range of students who are trained practically in almost anything related to engineering, but applying these skills to semiconductors. But today, many of these well-trained students are applying the skills to something else. And they go to join Google and NVIDIA and Apple and so on, and they're not making chips. They're designing chips, but they're not making chips. All right, so why is that the case? And that's because in many ways, if you look at either compensation level or work conditions, work-life balance, and so on, there's no comparison between those companies that I just mentioned and any semiconductor companies that you and I can think of. So this demand signal is not very strong because it is not a very attractive industry. And why is that the case? And that's in part, I believe, is because we don't recognize the importance of semiconductors. First of all, many of the chips that we see are not visible. We only see the cell phones, we don't see the chips inside. That's number one. The other one probably is more important, which is the profits for semiconductors accrue not so much to the semiconductor companies, but to the other parts of the value chain. And this is a structural problem. I don't know how many legislators are in this audience in here. I believe this country needs to find ways to encourage and incentivize manufacture of physical goods, either through tax code or whatever means that you may have, so that there is a more balanced distribution of profits across the semiconductor value chain. That will increase the demand signal.
All right, great. Yes, I think it's well known probably to everyone in this room, but every dollar you invest in semiconductors becomes $16 to $19 at the consumer level in technology, and often the people looking to enter the workforce are just seeing the Apple-facing consumer side of the equation, and they're lured by the free fruit in the lunchroom. The point you made, Philip, and in the opening statements about making sure that we're educating, retraining, reskilling, upskilling. The part that I love about the semiconductor industry is that it is a lifelong learning journey. So if you are static, you are falling behind, as Kayvon kind of pointed out. And so that's really challenging, especially for the universities or for the Department of Defense, where maybe the curriculum is aligned to commercial interests rather than national security. So what do we need to do to update or modernize our curriculum? You know, is there something missing, and who owns the responsibility of driving this modernization? Is it academics? Is it industry? Is it the Department of Defense in cases where there's national security? Matt, maybe you could weigh in on curriculum modernization.
Yeah, I think, so under the SCALE program, I love the fact that everyone's saying SCALE workforce, and Purdue has a program called SCALE. I think that's great. I don't know who came up with that name, but it's a great name. That was something that was brought about my first tour in the TNM program. Yeah, we actually had this discussion with some of the service, our DoD components, about whether or not we need curriculum, and there's been numerous studies talking about having relevant curriculum for the workforce that we need today and tomorrow, to include, you know, continuous learning, right? We also need curriculum as a K through 12. But as far as who's responsible, we all are. Academia, industry, and the government. We all have a part in this. And what I'm hearing, right, we have a challenge with inspiration and inspiring the current generation to go into this field. Like, maybe this is a great project for DARPA or our National Science Foundation colleagues. It's like, how do we get semiconductor physics in the baby bottle? So if we can go make that happen, that would be great. That's probably a long-term strategy, but that being said, in the end, we're all responsible. It takes all types, and we have to move out. And I think the question was asked earlier, you know, why are you optimistic? And I think it's just the national conversation, the collaboration, all parts of the government coming together and coordinating. So I think that is incredibly exciting.
And Matt, part of that is getting at scale, hands-on training, right? And experiential learning is a phrase that we've heard a lot about. So that hands-on training is expensive at scale. Is it required for every investment we make?
I don't know if it's required for every investment, but people learn by doing. I feel like, you know, you got to give, you know, we're making all these investments in research, and the thing with SCALE, when we set up that program, right, first and foremost, we wanted to put people in places within the defense industrial base in the U.S. government, and focus on actually, you know, giving them the knowledge, skills, and abilities to place them. And part of that was summer internships, right, for U.S. citizens, because we need a clearable workforce in the DoD. But as far as experience, like, reading out of a book gets really boring. I told my kids, you know, if you want to be successful in college, force yourself to read a book you never read. They didn't really listen. I tried. But people want to be hands-on. People want to see they're making a difference in real time. I think there's a connection there, and that's the cost of admission. If you want to inspire people, you just can't go sit in a cube and read a book.
Yeah, that's really true. People do learn by doing. Max, you pointed out IMEC as a place where hands-on training can be performed, and I think this group and the audience is saying that elements of that are essential. Are there paths to make it scalable and less expensive? Are there paths to make it more accessible?
One of the things that I think the CHIPS Act has proven to us is that interagencies in the government can coordinate and work for the good of the industry and the society. Honestly, I'm truly impressed by the coordination between interagencies. I think we can learn and apply that between universities, industry, and organizations like IMEC. We host over 800 PhDs. They all come from your hands, and we are incredibly grateful. We want to invite the professors to also sit at the table with us. Not only take the final PhD student, but also have them join us in how to reform them. Over the last 4 decades, IMEC has placed $4 billion worth of infrastructure in place. But if I look at what I find in UC Berkeley, what I find in Purdue, what I find in Stanford, there is complementarity. We need to make sure that those complementarities are much more streamlined. Of course, IMEC has high-NA EUV, as Manish mentioned. It's prohibitively expensive for any university to have that, and it's not necessary because IMEC can put that at your disposal because we all have the same common goal, which is the prosperity of the semiconductor industry in the US and in Europe and like-minded countries. In all honesty, if you look at the work that is done in universities, IMEC sits between universities and the industry. And over the last 4 decades, we have earned bit by bit the trust of the industry to be able to share the challenges that they see. And we can work with the universities to make sure that the innovation comes to down selection of those ideas that they are in university in an orderly manner that meets the PPAC requirements of the industry. Well, today, environment is also a big added to it. But again, one of the things that I invite all of us to do between industry and universities to work together and let IMEC be the bridge, or NSTC for that matter, and Eric can play a huge role on that. Let us create an environment that this flow of innovation between the industry and universities is solid and fluid.
Excellent. I think we've heard many times that the need to collaborate to accentuate existing strengths is paramount. I'd like to shift the conversation a little bit into how to change the status quo of what we envision to be the community we serve. And so, Mark, I'd like to ask you, do we need more U.S. citizens? How do we get more domestic students interested in semiconductor degrees? And what can we do in the near term to excite them?
Okay. Well, thank you. You know, so this is a problem we've been thinking about for the last year. We have this large growing population of students who are not largely selecting careers in semiconductors. What can we do to change that? You know, we've been encouraged by what we've been finding over the last year. Students are paying attention. They're hearing about chip shortages. They're hearing about semiconductors, and they're wondering what it's all about. You know, we've launched some new courses for first-year students, and the enrollments have surpassed our expectations. So I think there is an opportunity. I think we can ignite student interest. As we've outshored manufacturing over 3 decades, students just, they're not aware of the opportunities that are available to them. So there's opportunity there. Now, I think we especially need more domestic students at the graduate student level. This survey of new college hires that I mentioned earlier, what it showed is that across the industry, about half of the new hires are graduate students and half are undergraduate and engineering students. If I look at our population, our undergraduate students are largely domestic. Our graduate students are largely international. You know, that's a supply chain vulnerability that we should worry about. Now, what can we do about that? Why aren't more U.S. students going on to graduate school? You know, what they tell me is they've accumulated debt. You know, engineering degrees are difficult. They would think about pursuing a graduate degree down the road at some point. But I think 4+1 programs that most of us have are particularly interesting. These are programs where in 5 years a student can graduate with a bachelor's and master's degree. And we're talking with one company in particular now about using this as a pipeline. They have strong needs at the master's level. And by engaging undergraduate students and encouraging them and working with them to stay one more year and get a master's degree, that's an opportunity, I think, to get them into graduate school. And then Max made a comment earlier, I'll end with this. If we're looking at increasing the number of PhD students, domestically, maybe if we have more master's students, some of them will choose to stay on for a PhD. But if we want more PhD students, if you want 3 times as many PhD students, we need 3 times as much research funding. I think it's almost as simple as that.
I said very well said.
Excellent. And Sujay, on the role of retraining the existing workforce, including those that have been impacted by recent technology layoffs, what do you think we can do to engage with and leverage highly experienced individuals and partially retired industry veterans, or engage those that don't yet see semiconductors as part of their career journey?
I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Reskilling or upskilling people who are already in the workforce. As Ajit mentioned earlier, veterans are a big pool of talent that can be reskilled, I think, for the industry. I think in terms of people who are retired, or recently retired, actually what they could do is help to inspire the next generation of students. So studies have shown that to overcome like the challenges in the curriculum, especially for students who come from underserved backgrounds, who might be the first in their family to go to college, they need a mentor to help them even decide what courses to take, to apply for internships and so on. So I think recently retired professionals could serve as mentors to guide and inspire the next generation of students.
Yeah, and mentorship is a two-way street. It benefits the mentor and the mentee. We only have 3 minutes and 9 seconds left, and we had additional questions to try to tease out areas of technology emphasis, the importance and role of global partnerships, and we won't get to those questions today. So I'd like to end on one question, which I'll say is our call to action. I believe many of these problems have been known to people in this audience for going on a decade now. I believe that some of the solutions are as simple as putting the right investments in the right place and working together. When we were coming up with the questions, we basically said it this way: the CHIPS Act was passed last August. We lost an academic calendar year between then and today. The academic year is ending. The parts to invest in the next academic year are now closing. So the next round of investments are basically missed. We have missed 2 years of doing something different and meaningful in workforce education, reskilling, and upskilling. So in one sentence to each of you, if workforce is truly a critical challenge, why is there not a greater sense of collective urgency? Matt?
I don't know. I don't have an answer there. I've been in the DoD. We've written 2 issue papers on this topic, and they didn't get funded. So I don't know. It's not always the sexiest topic. It's the most fundamental thing we do. In the DoD, we're trying to provide a complete technical solution for the warfighter, workforce, policy, technology, and assurance. And the most fundamental is that of is workforce. And I think one thing that we can do immediately, and just every individual needs to be responsible for finding their replacement. I don't think we take that responsibility to heart. And I think that's something we can all do. Over.
That's a great answer. And sorry to put you on the spot as the first person there. I don't know is a totally excellent answer, because you know, everyone in this room is basically sharing that same sentiment. Sujay?
All right, really quickly, I think a lot of universities and colleges have stepped up because of the CHIPS and Science Act. They have developed new courses, like at Purdue. I think what we can do is to set up some national networks so that we can share the freshman course that's really inciting, attracting students. Let universities and colleges everywhere teach that course, right? We need to amplify the impact of local investments. So that's how you get the biggest return on investment.
Thank you. Mark, would you like to piggyback on that?
Well, yes, I'm not sure what I can. Actually, I think I suggested that question, hoping I would find an answer. I do think I think it's true that some programs are stepping up. But given everything that we've heard in previous panels about how critical this need is, why isn't there more of a sense of urgency? This is something, and the big concern is, academic years are ending, faculty are going away. We could lose a second academic year. We really need to figure out how to get moving.
Well, the U.S. still needs in basic science. And decades ago, the U.S. is far ahead of everybody else. So we can take our switch time and wait till this basic science to translate into practical technologies. And we're still ahead. Not anymore. But so today, the competition in advanced technology is really fierce, and we need to be executing a lot better. We have to find a way to value applied engineering research. We have the National Science Foundation. We don't have a National Engineering Foundation. So we must figure out a way to nurture and value applied research, and we must lower the barrier for technology exploration, because this is what is needed for a technology to come to fruition. This will ensure we execute well and shorten time from scientific discovery to practical technology. Engineering research is not the domain only of for-profit companies only. Society must intrinsically value engineering and applied research.
Excellent. And Max, why don't we have urgency, and do you see better urgency outside the United States?
Well, first of all, let's finish on a positive note. I absolutely, as a guy like Kayvon who left university and spent 30 some odd years in the industry, I have now become back again looking at the universities, and I'm at awe of what they are doing there. So it's not all bad. Can we do better? I admire the fact that Pat Gelsinger talks about community colleges. We have big challenges: immigration, education from lower level up, so we can produce enough worthy students for them to train. But it's not all bad. If you look at the universities, if you look at these three universities, just the three that are present, what they are doing is absolutely fantastic. So we can always do better, we should do better. And if I look at across the ocean, one of the differences between Europe and US, since I operate in both continents, is the fact that there are less jobs in high tech in Europe, historically, and people stay in college longer. Getting a PhD is cheap. It costs only a few €1,000. So that is a different dynamic, and you get more PhDs produced in Europe than you get here because it's more expensive. In fact, Mitch Daniels did something fantastic. He kept, and President Chiang did the same thing to keep the tuition constant. So there is a lot of work we can do, but we are not in a bad shape.
No, and I wasn't trying to leave the audience on a bad vibe. I was trying to say, this is super important. We have all the right people to solve the parts. We've got to act now. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. What a great discussion and a lot of actions here. One necessary point for all of you: you need to be back in your seats no later than 12:55. Please do that. Food is on both sides of the table. I would recommend those closest to the food go get it first. 12:55. Thank you. All right, folks, we need to be in our seats here in 2 minutes. Again, for those of you who are imminently awaiting lunch, you will have lunch immediately after the fireside chat. So please find your seat. The secretary is arriving here momentarily. Thank you. All right, please take your seats. Please take your seats, folks. The program is beginning in 15 seconds. Secretary Raimondo has arrived. Please take your seats. Silence your conversation. Please take your seats. Quiet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for joining us, representing 175 different companies, universities, and agencies. We've had a fantastic 3 hours so far, and here comes the highlight. No introductions needed. Madam Secretary Gina Raimondo, Secretary of the United States Department of Commerce. And while I was serving the United States government, I learned that when somebody as important as Secretary Raimondo shows up on a day as busy as today, we have to say something, announce something of importance. So next slide, please. Well, so Purdue University is proud to say that we're here to work alongside the industry consortia, including SEMI, SIA, IMAC, and many others, to explore the launch of SCSI. This is a town of acronyms, and this acronym stands for Sustainability Capability for Semiconductors Index, and we'll look at 5 dimensions: water, power, construction, chemicals, and emission. It is not a ranking of companies, no. This is a quarterly report to track the state of the art in university and industry research in sustainability across all these 5 dimensions of the semiconductors foundation of our digital economy. In the coming weeks and months, we'll be working with our partners to precisely define the metrics and the methodology of this tracking in the coming quarters and indeed years and decades. Now, with that, I'm going to take the seat. Senator Young, upon voting, he will be joining us momentarily as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Well, it was about 7 months ago when you visited Purdue University. And it's not about one university, it's truly about the entire United States as Chips for America. And part of the questions people keep asking, including this morning, is workforce. What is the Department of Commerce thoughts on the best way, the most speedy way to develop the workforce needed for semiconductors?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for having me. I should say that I was blown away by what I saw when I visited Purdue, insofar as it was exactly, my assessment is it's exactly what the United States needs to be doing. You know, real, robust partnering as between top research universities like Purdue and industry, but also the integration of community colleges and also high schools. The number, I see some of the CEOs represented here, but the number of corporate partnerships that you have was extraordinary. So, you know, without being fresh or cheeky, I would say exactly what you're doing. You know, the answer to your question of how do we do this is more people need to continue to do what Purdue is doing. You know, allowing students class credit for applied work at universities, at companies, allowing companies to come into the universities, making sure that the students are job ready the day they graduate. I hear that from so many employers. So many employers say that students graduating from even the very top universities with, say, an engineering degree aren't quite job ready, have been taught on older versions of equipment, older versions of software. So, you know, I think that we really have to just get a lot more serious about it and also develop new pipelines. I mean, the industry, SIA is here, companies are here. The forecasts are that we'll be about 100,000 semiconductor technicians short in the next handful of years if we don't do something differently. That's a huge problem. It's also an opportunity. So we have to find students in high school, in other industries, men and women, people with college degrees and not, low-income folks, train them and place them in these jobs.
Well, exactly, Madam Secretary. That's why at a university such as Purdue, we partner with.
So
Great to
sorry.
see you. Great to
Senator,
see you.
how are you?
Great to see
Great
you.
to
Please.
see you.
Excellent.
Save the tough question for you now.
Yes, great.
We were just talking about workforce.
Oh, excellent.
And, you know, that's why Purdue is working with companies so that a new student in semiconductors, she can wake up in the morning, turn right and walk to the degree program labs, or she could turn left and go work intern, say at Skywater or many other companies. And that's also why you mentioned, Madam Secretary, that universities needs to upgrade its facilities to be realistic and job ready when they graduate. So that's why last Friday, Purdue's Board of Trustees approved $100 million to use Purdue's own resources before any other government help to invest in our own semiconductor facilities for education and research. Well, Senator, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to be with you, Mung.
Well, thank you for your leadership in championing the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for your leadership in leading the country in executing for success. So on workforce, Senator, what's your thoughts? How do we develop the kind of workforce at the volume and the quality needed?
Well, I know I'm biased, but I think you look to the Indiana model. We're seemingly pulling out every stop.
I
right?
literally just said that, and I'm
Oh, is that right?
And I'm not even from Indiana.
Well, you have had the benefit of visiting, and I'm grateful for your visit to Indiana, Madam Secretary, and for diving into the workforce issues there. I know there are real priorities. We look to implement the act. Listen, the state of Indiana, we have some skin in the game. The greater Lafayette area, which is where Purdue University is located, as most of the attendees know, just received a $5 million grant, and that money will go towards training technologists and engineers as it relates to these critical and emerging technologies. Purdue is working with some of our other amazing universities in the state so that we can draw on one another's programming expertise when it comes to workforce training. So I know Purdue and Indiana University and Rose-Hulman have been working together to kind of coordinate the curriculum so there's not unnecessary duplication of efforts. And there's even a sharing of facilities that if there are other geographies where this is occurring, I suspect it's not occurring as seamlessly as we've seen at Purdue and other places. So the sharing of clean rooms is one of many areas where there's collaboration to train new employees. So if other states could kind of learn from the Indiana example, then I think we'd be doing everything we have to.
Well, by the way, Senator, that's why we have made it clear that the clean room, including the upcoming $100 million upgrade, will be freely open to Ivy Tech, the statewide community college technician training as well. They don't need to rebuild clean rooms as a community college. They can use Purdue's. Well, Secretary Raimondo, when you were the governor, I'm sure you've had many conversations attracting companies to choose your state among the 50 United States. What would you say to the roles of state and local governments in attracting private investments?
Yes, thank you. There's a huge role for states and local governments to play. In fact, I was in Portland, Oregon about a week or two ago, and at that time they were where they have a huge semiconductor ecosystem. It's unbelievable, actually. And 2 days later, they passed their own version of the CHIPS Act, which was providing state incentives, also workforce money, also assistance with site selection, and then also permitting. Governors who call me and say, and many I know, friends, they say, hey, Gov, what would you do if you were me? I would say, fast-track permitting for these facilities. Figure out a way to make the permitting transparent and speedy. Site selection, make sure you have places that are ready for huge industrial capacity. And then incentives, every state will have to compete among themselves, more incentives. But I do encourage them to lean into this job training in whatever way that they think they should. Clean labs, facilities, community college. My own view, I have experience with this, I'm a real believer in career and technical education in high schools. If you do that right, you really can take young people right out of high school, maybe with 1 year after high school, and slide them into a job. And that's in the zone of the governor or the mayor. So I think that there's a huge role, actually, for state and local officials to play in concert, in collaboration with their federal delegation, which is, again, exactly what you're doing. You know, Indiana, when I visited, the governor came. He's a big leader in workforce. Obviously, the senator was there and invited me, and I think states need to do that to compete.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm biased. I think Indiana is the heart of the Silicon Heartland. Senator, you're not biased. So what do you think? Why would a company come to the great state of Indiana?
I think Indiana is, and I failed to mention we have some summer programs for high school students, so they can off-ramp into the Ivy Tech training programs or attend Purdue or other great universities. But listen, Indiana, we have some amazing assets. In addition to Purdue University, one of the top engineering curriculums in the country, and a very large university, unlike some of the others who have semiconductor programs here. We have Crane. And Crane Naval Surface Warfare Center has, 1,000+ people who are developing next-generation technologies, including semiconductors, for Department of Defense. This has been kind of a resident area of expertise for Crane for a number of years, and they've just been tasked by DoD to play a more significant role on this front. So I would also, if you look at our location, I think they're roughly, and you can fact check me on this, Mung, but a third of the nation's engineers are either in Indiana or in surrounding states. So to say we're in the heart of the heartland is actually, completely accurate, and suggests that, we need to be utilizing that talent. And I have believed for a long period of time that we're under kind of investing in this area. Then the last thing is just the general business climate. If you're a TSMC or a Samsung or many of the other great companies like Skywater, who have been looking at Indiana, you want to make sure we have a good business climate and we have your reputation, in addition to reliable, dependable utilities like water. Yeah.
Well, Senator, has been fact-checked by a silicon-empowered AI that what you said is true. Now, provided that we're talking about the top-ranked engineering program, then indeed we have well over a third of them concentrated within driving distance of your beautiful home state. Now, I'm going to ask some very specific questions here, starting with you, Secretary Raimondo. This might be the question that most in the audience are wondering about. What will be the process and the criteria of selecting recipients of chips be like?
Thank you. Well, I brought my checkbook. No, I'm just kidding.
Ah, okay. Shall we lock the door somewhere? Well, you have your security here.
He just said you have your security here. No. In all seriousness, look, let me just say this. Senator Young and others, we worked in partnership to get this across the finish line in a bipartisan way, signed by the president. And this is an amount of money into an industry for national security purposes without recent precedent, right? This amount of money in a particular industry, et cetera, which is to say, I take that responsibility and honor incredibly seriously. So our job is to make sure that we work with companies in partnership, move as fast as we can, but also there's essentially no room for error in my judgment. So we put we decided to start with the big facilities, leading edge first, because that's where we're the most behind and where we really need to catch up. And then we'll move to existing nodes and mature nodes, and then supply chain, kind of in that order. And we've put the application out already for leading edge, and also packaging, to start applying. So we're open for business. I'm starting from scratch, by the way. We've already recruited over 60 people on our way to about 100 top-notch people. What I guarantee every company here, if you apply, is you'll have expertise on the other side of the table. top-notch semiconductor industry expertise, engineering expertise, financial expertise. Everything will be, you might not get everything you want. In fact, you almost certainly won't get everything you want, but you'll feel you were treated fairly and professionally. And that is my goal. We've already received over 200 statements of interest, which is, I think, kind of remarkable.
Across how many states, too? I mean,
Say again?
Across, what,
35 states, I think,
That's
or 30
impressive.
states. So considering that you just passed the law, what, 7 months ago, we've got a team up and running, the application's out there, and we've received over 200 statements of interest, and we're going to be working all summer and all fall with companies. We want to partner with these companies. Company has to come to us and say, this is what we need, right? This in workforce, this in money, this in tax incentives, this with the state. We want you to be successful, vibrant, profitable, and we need our national security goals met. So I hope that gives you, and what works for one company won't work for another. So we're going to work on a case-by-case, tailor-made basis to meet the needs of the company, and most of all, get our national security needs met.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Now, the R&D part is the lifeblood of innovation. And I have heard that there's recently the Section 174 different accounting rules being proposed for the R&D expense, whether it can be used right away or must be amortized over 5 years. And Senator, what do you think about that?
So Section 174 of the tax code, it's tax day today. As so many.
Oh, yes, it is. Please, after this, rush out to file your tax returns.
This allowed for a number of years for immediate expensing of your research and development expenses. We, for years, have understood that there's an underinvestment in research and development, so we incentivize through the tax code these sorts of investments, and they're critical. And other countries are also incentivizing these investments. In fact, to use the People's Republic of China as an example, they are increasingly making more generous their R&D expenditures. Well, this expired at the end of 2001 or 2021. So for tax year 2022, there's no Section 174. Senator Hassan and I have legislation, the American Investment and Jobs Act, that would make permanent immediate expensing of these R&D expenses. It's gotten a lot of bipartisan support, supported by companies small and large, but we haven't been able to get that done. There was, unfortunately, kind of a partisan maneuver, which happens around here, and the American Investment and Jobs Act was held hostage for another priority. We're working through that and trying to restore it, but this is so important, Mung. It's important to this conversation because these are sort of by definition semiconductors, hypersonics, quantum computing. These are tech areas that require a lot of R&D, not just by government, but also, at the firm level to make breakthroughs. And, we'll get there. We'll get there, Mung. But I would just encourage all of you to press your senators and members of Congress to make this a priority. And this particularly impacts, we're having a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises that recently, as they were preparing their taxes, realized what a big hit this is if they can't expense their R&D expenses. Obviously, the larger firms can spread it out over a larger base.
Well, thank you, Senator. And I know that you've been traveling, for example, to Japan, to India, and maybe coming up to other like-minded partners that are very strong in semiconductors. For example, in Belgium, we have IMEC as well. What's your view on like-minded nations partnership?
Number one, we need to borrow from our partners and allies' strengths. That means inviting their best-in-class companies, Samsung, TSMC, for example, into the United States and making really clear that the Chips and Science Initiative is intended to be a national security initiative, but also a global initiative. This has been a very popular tool for our diplomats, and I'd use the term broadly to include our Department of Commerce team as well. to work with foreign countries and strengthen those ties. But we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so partner with them. And then for countries like India, and I know Secretary Raimondo has been able to visit India and have some important agreements with them as it relates to semiconductor research and development and production. But we can help them with capacity building to stitch together this what I'll call Western coalition of partners. And then lastly, we don't want there to be a race to the bottom as it relates to subsidies and other things. So we need to coordinate production across geographies, and I know that that work will continue, but it's something that Secretary Raimondo and her team are very attentive to.
Well, thank you. And Secretary, people have been asking the question, which is, how do we sustain for the long term? A lot of people say to innovate, to continue to be the leader in innovation. What is your department's action items on ensuring that the United States will continue to lead in the long term?
Yeah. I think a lot of it is in what the Senator just said. I did want to underscore his point for a second. We have to work with our allies. You know, although $52 billion is indeed a lot of money, and you add the investment tax credit on top of that, you know, this is a global effort, you know, and we need to work with Europe, not in competition, as exactly as you said, a race to the bottom. We have to have a shared view of supply and demand so that at the end, we don't have a glut of one kind of chip and not enough of another. The same with our allies in the Indo-Pacific, whether it's India or Korea or Japan. So I do think that's important. At the end of the day, sustaining this advantage, I think, comes back to the research and development and workforce. So this nation has fallen over decades in what we invest in basic research, also in manufacturing. You cannot lead the world in innovation if you lag in manufacturing. You know, everybody talks about innovation leads to products. This is true. What starts in a lab somewhere results in a manufacturing facility. However, I think we've underemphasized how it flows the other way. You know, people talk about TSMC, which is an extraordinary company. That's because every day they have thousands of people making things and making infinitesimal improvements forward that are innovative. And then they capture those innovations, and those innovations go back into R&D, and it's a virtuous cycle. So I think that by having more manufacturing, that will lead to more R&D, investing more in research and development and more in workforce leads to more manufacturing, and it is more of a virtuous cycle, which is what we need to get back into the business of doing.
Well, I do know that, Madam Secretary, you need to go to a congressional hearing to defend your budget soon.
If you could get me out of it, I'd be delighted.
What do you think, Senator?
Maybe Todd could pull a few strings with his friends.
Give me a few more years here, and maybe, yeah. Seniority.
Coming to perhaps the last round of questions here. Speaking of making things, Secretary, you visited a state that is very proud in growing stuff, making stuff, and moving stuff. And even when we talk about AI, we talk about physical AI and not just AI for writing speech. For example, what I just have been saying whole day today, actually, no, it's not by ChatGPT. It would have done a much better job, but it's about physical AI. And that is when you visited us, along with Secretary Blinken. Also, Governor Holcomb was there. Senator Young, you were there, along with Mitch Daniels. And so, perhaps, Senator, that September last year, just a month after President Biden signed into law the CHIPS and Science Act, we received the two secretaries. What stood out in your memory of that visit? And then I'll ask you, Madam Secretary, the same.
Well, candidly, I think a number of people were becoming acclimated to these investments and programs that we're speaking about today, and there was a lot of excitement in the air, and some excitement about what might follow. But there were also questions about what role Indiana might be able to play beyond kind of the conceptual building things for the next generation economy. And what I've been encouraged about on the back end of that gathering, Mung, has been that our state has really operationalized many of the opportunities. We're putting together a tech hub package. Purdue University and some other institutions from Ivy Tech to IU to Rose-Hulman and Notre Dame are developing new workforce training programs for these key sectors. The alignment between the Purdues of the world, and there aren't many, and Crane has been incredibly impressive. So Indiana's really, I think, poised to play an outsized role as it relates to semiconductors, but also many of the other emerging technologies that we need to invest in. And so that's my takeaway. It was kind of a starting gun, having the Secretary of State and Secretary of Commerce there with the governor and Mitch Daniels, and we're living up to the expectations of that moment.
Well, thank you, Senator. You see, there's a reason why the senator is seated right next to that beautiful flag. Well, Madam Secretary, I remember you said lab to fab when you visited Purdue last year. What do you mean by lab to fab?
I mean, we need to have the whole chain in the United States, which doesn't mean we have to make enough chips to consume. We're not trying to be self-sufficient, obviously not. But we have to have cutting-edge research happening in our labs, which you are doing, related to packaging, materials, microelectronics, the whole thing. But also, we need to have more fabs in America. We need to make, at scale, leading-edge chips in America and package them in America, and all the steps in between. By the way, the steps in between include many, many, many small and medium-sized manufacturers. This country lost about a quarter to a third of its small and medium-sized manufacturers in the past 30 years. Many were in Indiana, many were in the heartland. And due to, loss of manufacturing, loss of capital, whatever, that supply base is atrophied. We need to build that back up. And as I'm now talking to the big companies, TSMC, Intel, Samsung, they need their suppliers near them. It's very interesting. When you talk to them, they're worried about talent. Will there be enough? Will there be enough? And will they be trained properly? But then the suppliers, the chemical suppliers, the tooling experts, et cetera. So when I said lab to fab, it's the lab, what you're doing most excellently, but there's a lot of supply steps in between that we need to build back up in the United States. By the way, I have two memories, apart from the fact, like I said before, it was just a phenomenal visit, and I think what you're doing is just incredible. Two quick memories. One, the fact that I went with the Secretary of State, I asked Tony to come with me, because as we think about national security, and that's what this is about, you think about national security, the image you may think is, I don't know, a tank or a missile or a drone. Well, I think technology. I think of a chip. I think of AI. And so it was important, Senator mentioned China. To compete with China, you have to invest in America. And so that's why I asked, it was important, I think, to have Secretary of State there, because this is about America leading in the world by investing in America and in a bipartisan way. I was very honored to have the senator and also, President Daniels. So that was important. But my real favorite moment of that day, I happened to be lucky enough to be there on a day that they were having a job fair, a semiconductor job fair. And it kind of, gave me goosebumps, because they set up, all the different companies were there, and the students were coming, and I got to talk to them, young men, young women, first generation college goers in many cases, and they were going to get a job in Indiana, straight out of college, making things in America, contributing to our national security. It was so cool to see it. So anyway, I took that home with me, and that's kind of what gets me up out of bed every day.
Well, thank you so much. And I remember, indeed, that happens to be the day, one day a year, it seems to be one of America's largest student-run job fairs. in the whole country. And the students were very excited to see you and Secretary Blinken, and afterwards had lunch to thank the student leaders. And they all said, well, this is fantastic. And I have a sense that perhaps both of your departments recruited a few Boilermakers that day as well, directly. Well, before we end this session here, you are looking at capacity limited to 200, but representing 175 different companies and universities and agencies. If there's one message you want to tell them, let's focus on this tonight. What would that be, Senator?
You know, continue to, this is all new, and Secretary Raimondo and her team have done an amazing job. She showed incredible leadership between the many programs we're standing up and the unique supply chain challenges that need to be overcome, and the many countries that have to be part of this process. I don't know how she keeps track of it all, but we want to get this right. She is, I'll get text messages from Secretary Raimondo at, ridiculous hours periodically. It just reminds me how hard the team is working to get all this right and to spend a large amount of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just really seed money to reshore our semiconductor industry. So to the extent we can optimize any of these programs, or there are risks that you don't believe we have been made aware of, or anything like that, don't hesitate to either get in touch with my office or Secretary Raimondo and her team, because if we get this right, and we will get this right because we have to on account of its national security implications, I think we will look back at this moment in history and say that in a completely bipartisan, I would say nonpartisan way, we can still do hard and important things. And so there's something kind of larger at stake here, it's not discussed much, but beyond the national security implications, beyond the economic implications, there's this trust in government thing, and I think this is a real source of excitement. It was a source of excitement when we passed the CHIPS and Science Act. I think we proved the critics wrong. And if we can actually prove the critics wrong and get the implementation right, it bodes well for the future of our republic.
Yeah, so well said. I can't add much to that. I agree with it entirely. I will underscore this is new. So if the thought for you tonight is figure out how you can get engaged to help us get it right, because we need your help. This is a public-private partnership. This is private sector led. And so we really do need your help and your input, and I'm very sincere about that. And I just would like to end by underscoring what the senator said. The fact that this is bipartisan is very special, because for all of our challenges, and there are many, and I say that as a former elected official, politics is real, I get it. When it matters, we can come together and get big things done. And I'll give you a little insight. I've never said this publicly, but the senator and I worked very well together as a team. We didn't know each other before we started this work together. And we came together united behind a vision and a mission around national security. But he was teasing about my text. The truth of it is, as we got toward the end, I wasn't sure we could get more of the science portions, the tech hubs. I'm so excited you're applying for a tech hub. And he's like, no, we have to stick with it. So but you asked about the tech hub money and the science money, I'm not sure it would have stayed in the final bill, but for this guy. So I say that because we can work together, support each other to get big things done, and I'm determined to make this successful and just need your partnership in that effort.
This is inspiring, so please join me in thanking two transformational leaders for America, Secretary Raimondo, Senator Young. Thank you so much.
Please remain seated as the Secretary and the Senator depart. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Young.
Hey, good to see you, brother. You good?
That would be great.
Well, we thank the Secretary and the Senator again. Turn on. Perfect. And thank you for staying with us. We're not done yet because we have one more amazing speaker here. This is not about one university. This is about all the universities that can contribute to the revival of semiconductors industry and emerging technology in general in the United States. So it's a distinct honor to introduce to you Barbara Snyder, who serves as the president of AAU, the Association of American Universities. It's a consortia of 65 leading American research universities, and Purdue being a proud member of. Prior to that, Barbara Snyder served as the president of Case Western Reserve Universities for 13 years. And under her leadership, AAU is launching multiple important partnerships with India in emerging technologies. And she has been an outstanding leader not only for the AAU, but also for our country's future in higher education. So with great pleasure, welcome to stage, Barbara Snyder. Thank you very much.
There's still much to do to realize the promise of the CHIPS and Science Act, and I want to mention reminded everyone incentives, but the science provisions didn't include any funding in the current year. So every year that that funding falls short of the levels targeted in CHIPS and science, it makes it more difficult to achieve the objectives of the legislation and makes it more difficult for us to maintain our global scientific leadership. So at AAU, we are committed to continuing to advocate for this funding that is critical to ensure that we retain our competitive edge on the global stage. But we need Congress and all of you to join us in that. One other aspect that Senator Young and Secretary Raimondo mentioned, and it's an important one, has to do with the workforce. So there is a gap between the workforce we have and the workforce we need to realize the full promise of CHIPS and science. We need more people and more trained people to fill some of these jobs. And I'll take semiconductors as just an example. New fabrication facilities are going to need thousands of trained technicians. We need to do what Purdue is doing, what so many of our members are doing, partnering with community colleges and technical schools to make sure that we're meeting that part of the workforce need. But in addition to those workers, this growing industry is also going to need highly skilled scientists and engineers and researchers with advanced degrees to help design, develop, and test the next generation of semiconductors. There simply aren't enough STEM workers at all levels to meet all of those demands. We had Secretary Raimondo come and talk to the AAU presidents in the fall, and she has called on universities to triple the number of graduates in semiconductor-related fields, including engineering. And AAU member universities, as well as others, are ramping up their efforts to recruit more students. We are making sure that we reach out to a broader swath of students. I mentioned students underrepresented in the pipeline. We also need, I think if you have contacts with the entertainment industry, I ask you to get in touch. We need a TV show about engineering to do for engineering what LA Law did for the legal profession, or how Grey's Anatomy did for medicine. If you know anybody, let me know. I'd be happy to talk to them when it comes like this. But in addition to growing the domestic pipeline, which is so important, we also need to onboard international talent, which our universities traditionally have done very well. We need to make it easier for these incredibly talented students that we educate and graduate to stay in the United States. Currently, students who come here as international students make up a majority of the graduates of our STEM doctoral master's program. That tells you how important that part of the student population is to our future workforce. Many of these same international students have gone on to become faculty at our universities, helping to train the next generation of leaders for the CHIPS and science workforce. But as things stand today, some of these very high-skilled graduates, we have trained so many of them, face major bottlenecks in staying in the United States and contributing to our economy or national security after graduation. These challenges are often so difficult that students start to look at other desirable countries with welcoming immigration policies instead of seeking a stay in the United States. There is currently no dedicated pathway for international students who want to become permanent U.S. residents to do that. They come on student visas that are not immigrant visas, and so they have to take a little path if they're going to do that. We'd like to see that easier for them. We feel like we are putting a lot into them, and we want to keep them here in the United States, at least the ones we want to. So they end up looking to H-1B non-immigration visas, creating what might think of as a parking lot for these would-be immigrants who would like to stay permanently and are not able to. Many of them advance STEM careers. There are immigrant backlogs that force some of these people to wait years because the annual limits are insufficient to meet the demand. So there are a number of things that we can do to help create the STEM workforce we need. We need to attract more domestic students
this year as you and to be able to celebrate with you all the important work that you are doing. Purdue is truly a model, so thank you for all of that.
Well, Purdue's doing our share. We have 16,000 engineering students across bachelor, master, and PhD programs. Now, tripling that number, well, we'll give it a try. Perhaps online learning. We're not going to learn in Manila, but we heard you loud and clear, and we heard Secretary Raimondo's request through you and the AU loud and clear. Now, if you know how to make Raimondo movies, do let us know. Since you have not heard Purdue often enough today, if I could have just a 3-minute commercial, please do not. Would like to come to Washington, D.C. to talk about chips and science, but also we are working on 6G global roadmap along with many leading companies. That interim report of taxonomy will be released next month. Furthermore, we'll be back here in the Senate building in October to talk about advancing manufacturing onshoring in the United States. And national security and defense research just got a major boost as Purdue Applied Research Institute, a wholly owned nonprofit corporation at Purdue, recently recruited a stunning inaugural CEO, Dr. Mark Lewis. Mark, are you over there?
So first, it is an incredible honor to step into this role at Purdue Applied Research Institute. I have been an admirer of Purdue about 35 years. Now I get to join the team. It's not just Purdue, it's the greater Indiana S&P ecosystem. How are you basically dedicated to three focal areas? Nutritional security, economic security, and national security. And that's going to be our team, and that's going to be our thrust. We have a presence in Washington, D.C., a strong presence in West Lafayette, presence in other parts of Indiana, working with all of Purdue to leverage that incredible research community that Purdue has to offer those incredible students, undergraduates, graduates, to support a number of key issues. Microelectronics, hypersonics, a whole list of emerging technologies. I will leave you with this thought. For those of you who know me know that for the last 4 years, every time I can, every person I talk to, I remind them, we're in a race. And we've been hearing that throughout this session. We are in a race with peer competitors. It's a race that we dare not lose. And that's what we're going to do. So, Mung, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Find out more about us online at purdue.edu/DC or visit us 1301 K Street Northwest, 3rd floor. That's the new home as of this week, Purdue University in Washington, D.C., our capital, serving our beautiful United States along with all partners. Thank you very much. In my last 1 minute here on stage, bring you back to 75 years ago. So 2022 is a very interesting milestone, also because it represents 3 quarters since of a century since the invention of the first transistor at Dallas. And December 15, 16 on Purdue campus, sorry, one more minute. I'm done. We had a little party. This is how nerds celebrate the holidays. We had a little party celebrating 75 years of semiconductors excellence. And we couldn't help but to imagine what the next 75 years could be like. You and I were all going to be coming back here 75 years later to celebrate this momentous moment. Let us together seize our silicon moment. Execute for success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mung, and thank you to all of the partners, the Kroc Institute for Tech Diplomacy, Ajit, John with SIA, and all of the Purdue staff that helped make today possible, the caterers, our tech support. We really do appreciate it. I don't know about you, Mung, but same time, same place next year. I think this was so well executed and certainly an inspiring event. Thank you to all of our panelists and participants, and please do remember you have to leave this room by 2 o'clock. That's my last warning. Thank you so much.